John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Man, what a night last night. Weather conditions unreal, and a victory that is now making the Philadelphia Eagles contenders for the Super Bowl.
Contenders?
One more win as they host the NFC Championship game on Sunday. Oh, my God. It's Kincade Salciunas. We're going to react to it all day today here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas. The Eagles are heading to the NFC Championship game. Yesterday in South Philly, the Birds beat the Los Angeles Rams in the divisional round. They are one win away from Super Bowl 59. Now it's time to get ready to host their divisional rival, Washington Commanders, for a chance to punch their ticket to New Orleans. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good victory. Again, victory Monday morning. It is Kincade and Salciunas. I'm Andrew Salciunas. Johnny, you just heard Radio Man say it. They are one win away from Super Bowl 59.
They are 16 Victory Mondays, too.
Oh, my God.
You can't hope. Look, all we're going to hope for is 18 of these babies. But 16 Victory Mondays, it has been, by all accounts, a great, great year. And we still have chapter to be written.
Our friends at Pierce Phelps, Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, visit nopaybryan.com. They bring us Football Monday. They bring us Victory Monday.
They do.
16 times this season.
That's fantastic.
And 16 times where it's been stressful, it's been fun, it's been electric, it's been an absolute joy to watch Saquon Barkley wear midnight green, Kelly green, white jerseys, black jerseys, you name it. Saquon Barkley is a Philadelphia Eagle, and watching him play again last night is another reminder that the New York Giants let him walk. They let him walk. And he came here, he signed a contract that everybody was like, wow, I was not expecting the Eagles to do this. And look at the impact that he has made since the time he got here through the game last night in that blizzard, man.
Saquon makes this, look, this is 2025 right now that we're in the playoffs, but the 2024 season when written is going to be about a lot of things. It's going to be about Vic Fangio. It's going to be about the young players stepping up, the young defense being number one in the NFL. But it's going to be the Saquon season. We're going to look back at this year no matter what happens and say, that was the year Saquon just went off.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he continues to go off. One word on your tease for the show. Contender for
Sorry, I got excited and my brain wasn't working.
Because
John.
they are, how about this?
Contending, I should have said.
They are the favorites to win the Super Bowl this morning in Las Vegas. They have the best odds to win the Super Bowl.
But, John, the passing offense didn't look that great yesterday.
Ooh, I'm so tired of these people. I can't have it. Can't have it.
We're going to hear it
right now.
You know
I cannot have it because if you're going to come with the clown show today, just know I want you to do a Google search, and I want you to look at Josh Allen, and I want you to look at Patrick Mahomes and what they did in their divisional playoff
They
games.
threw for 350 yards, right, each?
Oh, yeah, and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And no. Look at their stat lines. If you're going to call up with that lame-ass stuff.
Because you know it's happening.
I just want you to know you're going to sound so dumb, or you're going to sound like you didn't watch any other game this weekend. And that's what you're going to be like. That's what it's going to be. I watched Josh Allen last night, and he wasn't in a blizzard.
Nope.
He wasn't fine, and he had I think his stat line is less Jalen Hurts'.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
And it was a hard-fought win for the
you know
Bills because it's the playoffs. It was a hard-fought win for the Eagles because it was the playoffs.
I'm not letting...
Hard-fought win for the Chiefs because it's the playoffs.
I'm telling you this. I am not letting the move the goalpost people ruin my week.
No, absolutely.
They're certainly not going to ruin my Monday.
Yeah, you know what? Last week...
And they're not ruining my week because they're going to do it again.
Last week, people brought us down. People brought us down last week. John, you and I have to
Not
Get
today.
away. Get
No,
away.
not today.
Shoot
Go.
fly,
Go.
don't bother me.
Don't even
All
worry about those people
Go
today.
Birds.
No, not today. They're not going to ruin. They're not going to ruin my vibe today.
All right, so before we get to the vibe check and before we send a message out to a lot of people, let's play one clip for you. Here is how it sounded. 4th down, the Rams driving down the field. The Eagles yesterday, Saquon Barkley, 70-yard touchdown run, boom, right down the field. And then the Rams march back down. And then the Eagles go 3 and out. And the Rams just need a touchdown and an extra point. And they would only give the Eagles like 20-some seconds left in order to win the football game in the horrible conditions. 4th down, Rams have a chance to at least get a first down. Here's how it sounded.
And the clock is running, and they are huddling because it's down to this play. They've got to get 11 yards on 4th and 11 at the 22. Down to 35 seconds left. Higbee in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
Mike, John, you were in the building yesterday, so you didn't get to listen to the broadcast. Mike Tirico was amazing. If you can take yourself out of your fandom shoes, because I'm sure a lot of people, when the Rams were coming back, were like, they're rooting for the Rams. Like, no, the guy's just playing to a national audience. The energy coming from him yesterday, he was having fun watching that game yesterday. I can only imagine. We're going to get your firsthand account because yesterday was a picture story kind of day. But when that play happens, you heard the pop just there from the sound clip that we played courtesy of NBC. But what was that moment like inside Lincoln Financial Field when the first down does not get converted, no touchdown? We saw Howie Roseman jumping up and down on the sideline. What was it like inside the Link?
You know how people say that sometimes in those moments there's an exhale?
Oh, yeah.
See, I think it was much more of, I want to hear just the plain old audio. You know how they took they take the play-by-play off of it?
The Bryson Stott home run. I remember. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Because I was shocked as how loud it was immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Usually there's a little bit of, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
And then everybody reacts. It was wild. That building was wild. Officer Steve, who I met on the way out of the building and the way afterwards, telling me not to drive home to Westchester, so I slept here. It was the joy leaving that building last night and around that building when that play happened. It's unreal. This is one step away, folks. It's one step away
From the Super Bowl. From the Super Bowl, guys.
Yes.
The Eagles are hosting the NFC Championship game. I got egg on my face, and I absolutely love it, saying that the Commanders had no shot.
I said the same thing,
Commanders
man.
go into Detroit
now,
and just spank them.
Now, I didn't pick them to win the game.
You thought it would be close?
But all week long, I said to you the other day, there's going to be like 7 minutes to go in that game, and it's going to be hanging in the balance. I did not think Detroit was going to blow out Washington. I got a ton of respect for what Washington's
well, I don't
doing.
think anyone thought Washington would blow out Detroit.
No, never did I.
They blew them out, dude.
I think they started leaking oil.
Absolutely, man.
It tells me that a lot of the Dan Campbell stuff is just empty calories. It's all false bravado.
Well, and we'll see once he loses both coordinators, probably. We'll see how they look after that.
Well, what I know is that when the Eagles talk about, their confidence in each other and everything like that, it's real. And they show it over and over again.
Damn right, man. So here's the question of the day, even though today is a day where if you just want to call in or you just want to text in or tweet in and just make noises, I don't freaking care. Today is a celebratory day. Today is a day where we're talking about the Eagles hosting the NFC Championship game, one win away from traveling to New Orleans for Super Bowl 59, or as Gronk says, Super Bowl licks, right? We are one win away from that. Vibe check today. How are we doing? What are we celebrating about? What are we complaining about? There shouldn't be much, but I know there will be people that will do that.
There are some valid things to be concerned
Absolutely. About. And I will say this. It's a statement, but it'll turn into a question. My statement is, allow yourself to enjoy another playoff win. The question is, can you? Because I know a lot of people last week, they acted like the Eagles lost to the Packers. They beat the Packers, and they just beat the Rams last night to solidify their ticket to the NFC Championship game. So for those of you who are worry-warts, for those of you who are going to complain about Jalen Hurts all day today and all week long, can you please allow yourself to enjoy another playoff win? Talk about it with us. 610-632-0975. All right, coming up next, how much did the field impact the game with all that snow? I think we have a pretty good idea from watching it, but how about we let Nick Sirianni and the players do the talking? You'll hear from Sirianni, you'll hear from Hurts, and you'll hear from the superstar, Saquon Barkley, all coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on another Victory Monday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm really excited for this. John Kincaid's going to have the floor to basically tell the story of last night, because I can only imagine what it was like in the building yesterday, a electric wind like that in an atmosphere filled with snow. So I can only imagine your first-hand account. But respectfully, John, you weren't on the field. You at least had the cushy. You had the cushy press box.
It was 72 and warm.
Yes.
In fact, too warm.
That sounds pretty nuts.
Sort of like Dylan's office is too hot.
You'd rather have too warm than freaking freezing cold. Well, I'll tell you that.
You know what, though? I would always choose 5 degrees cool over 5 degrees hot Every
Okay.
time. Every time. Dylan's office is like a furnace.
Listen, man, you got to.
But hey, it's
Gotta
a
keep
great
warm.
day. It's a great day, and it's great. We started out, and I already see people on social media being like, good.
Yeah,
Don't put up with the idiots who want to just try to drag everybody down or you're not moving the goalposts on me.
Yeah.
You could try to move the goalposts on other people that maybe you gaslight in your life. I don't know, but I'm not having it.
No.
I'm not a party to it because I can't stand it. Can't stand it.
Damn right, Johnny.
It's done.
All right, so how did it feel to play in a game like that? Or coach? We'll start with the head coach. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about the field conditions.
It affects it, especially as that field continues to gather snow. I think, it neutralizes things. It has an effect on the game, and we were able to protect the ball, and we were able to force some turnovers, in the midst of it. We had some great individual efforts, and, yeah, of course that plays a part of it, but everything plays a part of it, right? That's why we take advantage of when we can go outside, and be out there in the elements, and, because every little thing matters, and the conditions got sloppy today, and we all had to play in it, and we found a way.
Literally everything plays into a factor with the weather. Not only did Kyron Williams have a couple of fumbles yesterday because of the weather, the amount of drops that both teams had. Rams receivers, Eagles receivers, A.J. Brown with the big one near the end zone. That must have been so hard to play in if you were a receiver yesterday because you're trying to cut.
Slippery.
You're trying to get to your spot. It's all timing. The NFL is all about timing. And then you drop the ball when you actually get open because it's slippery at that point.
And it's funny is Reed Blankenship. I was like, he's like, let it snow, let it snow. I was so excited to play in snow.
Yeah.
Josh Sweat. That is I don't ever want to play in that sheesh again.
Yeah.
I don't want any parts of it again. I honestly, it's visually cool and everything. I hate it.
Yeah.
Because to me, it took away from the game.
It absolutely does, but it may have benefited the Eagles yesterday.
It may have.
Let's be honest, especially when Jalen's knee goes.
Yeah, but wait a minute,
It may
though.
have benefited the Eagles.
It may. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I think the way it goes. But it's interesting.
Here's Hurts after the game yesterday talking about playing in that snow.
Well, the communication is important. The fundamentals are important, and just being in attack mode. But I think those are all things that generally you should be focused on anyways, regardless of the conditions. And so I want to give a ton of credit to the team we just played. They've evolved as the years gone on, and offensively, defensively been very efficient in what they do. Talked about their front seven all week and how they're able to affect the passer, and they did that tonight. And on the other side of the ball, they were able to move the ball at certain points, but our defense nutted up and played a hell of a game. Got some crucial turnovers in those moments, and just attest that to the work that everyone has put in and be able to come out here and play in a snow game.
I'm sorry, the defense did what? They nutted up, man.
Yeah, man.
He's not wrong.
I'm going to tell you,
The defense nutted up.
Jalen, he talked more yesterday than any game I can ever remember Jalen talking. Jalen was
May have been a reason.
Jalen was joyous.
May have been a reason.
Yeah, could have been. He was joyous.
Percocet.
That's what I'm
Molly
saying.
Percocet.
He was very joyous.
Oh, man, Connor, I'm hip. I
Calm
know
down,
I
man.
know the rap game.
Look,
He was feeling good. They were all feeling
Put
good.
that one on your iPod.
You said he's hip. He says
I'm
he's
hip,
hip.
brother.
That's all I needed to
All
hear.
right, last one from the man who's the biggest story from yesterday's game, Saquon Barkley. Here he is talking about in the snow, playing in the snow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it was too crazy. It wasn't that bad as I thought it was going to be. I don't really count it it was more like hail than it was snow, to be honest. But, it's tough to play in that, especially, for old linemen. And I think that obviously the stuff that we went back, but throughout the whole thing, I think they handled it pretty well, and we got to win.
Tough for O linemen in the passing offense because your feet are sliding backwards. But when you're pushing, which the Eagles were able to do a lot yesterday, especially with Saquon Barkley running the football,
I think we
advantage O-line there.
I think we have different opinions on the O-line performance yesterday, though. I do think that's where we will have some different opinions
All right.
on the O-line.
I don't know where you're going at with this. That's why we don't
good.
do the show
Yes.
before the show.
There we
All
go.
right, coming up next, we will address the Jalen Hurts performance because I know where a lot of people are going to come from, unfortunately, today. So we will talk about Jalen Hurts, but if you are over the top when it comes to your negative opinion of him, then you just don't like him, plain and simple. But we'll talk about the performance by Jalen Hurts. You'll hear head coach Nick Sirianni. You'll hear Hurts himself. And again, we'll check our text line and phone, 610-632-0975. Overall reaction, overall celebration to last night's victory. And if you're one of those people that are down in the dumps, answer this question for me today. Can you find yourself a way to enjoy a playoff win and a berth to the NFC Championship game? It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles advance to the NFC Championship game. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have punched their ticket to the NFC Championship game with a 28-22 win over the Los Angeles Rams yesterday at a snowy Lincoln Financial Field. Saquon Barkley rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in those conditions. Nick Sirianni talked about his star running back after the game.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
Luxury might not even do Saquon Barkley justice. It's also a luxury to have the defense the Eagles did. They got the job done when it counted, forcing 2 crucial turnovers in the second half to help the Eagles to victory. Now it's a home NFC Championship game against the Washington Commanders this Sunday, 3 p.m., Lincoln Financial Field. Get excited, Philadelphia. A couple of injury concerns coming out of the game. Jalen Hurts was dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell missed part of the game with a shoulder injury. We'll keep you updated on that as the week continues. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. It's an off night in Philly sports. Andrew DiCecco will join us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios, their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch.
8:26 on Kincade Salciunas on this Victory Monday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. An absolute celebration going on this show, at least.
Oh, no, there's nothing else that's going to go on but that.
Well, there will be people that will climb in and be disappointing.
You could be thrown out of the party. You could be told to leave. Get out of the party.
Big Dom.
I know
Big
you
Dom
brought
will kick
the
him out.
Saw Big Dom
Under the
yesterday.
camera on the way out, man.
Yeah, he made sure he was center camera yesterday.
Before we get to our text line and our calls, and what I believe will be more of a celebratory day today, but we'll see how some people are when it comes to QB1, Jalen Hurts. So let's talk about him, Johnny. Jalen Hurts yesterday, 15 of 20 for 128 yards. Obviously had the big touchdown run, which was amazing. His longest career touchdown run, 40-plus yesterday. And that set the tone early. And that was before the snow really started coming down. But obviously, later on in the game, unfortunately, he gets banged up. When he gets brought down, his leg kind of gets caught underneath him.
Because Juergens didn't do his job.
Well, there was a lot of guys that didn't
Juergens didn't
do their job.
Yeah, but he got hit there. Juergens got him killed.
No, I know. Well, Becton was bad at times yesterday.
He was. But I'm talking about
the pass protection was pretty bad yesterday.
Yeah, I'm talking about that play. If Jalen's hobbling around today, that's on Juergens.
Okay.
To me, on that play. But it was not. That was not good.
So, Jalen Hurts yesterday. Yeah, the numbers aren't lovely. And as you mentioned so accurately, neither are Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen's. And Josh Allen was also playing in the snow, but not near the conditions
not at all
that the Eagles dealt with yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. In a game like yesterday, where first off, Saquon Barkley carries the ball 26 times for 205 yards, all you need to do is keep the ball moving downfield. You're not going to take shots downfield. And, oh, by the way, 15 of 20, one of those 5 incompletions was a perfectly thrown ball into the breadbasket of A.J. Brown, who dropped it. If he catches it, say Jalen's 16 of 20 for what, 150? How long was that pass? 30? At least 30 yards downfield?
Sure. Oh, no, it would have been I think it was a 42-yard touchdown.
All right, so Jalen Hurts then goes 16 of 20 for 170 yards and a touchdown.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Like, the game changes.
And
his numbers change when A.J. Brown drops that pass.
Correct.
And I expect A.J. Brown to catch that ball the next time it's thrown to him. So, yeah, Jalen Hurts, it wasn't like Madden and highlight reel kind of game, but those rollouts, those bootlegs that they were doing, especially after the injury, just to kind of keep the ball moving downfield, because you can't just run. The Rams start loading up the box, even though ultimately it didn't matter. Saquon was still breaking some big runs. But Jalen Hurts was doing those 5-yard passes to Devontae, to Dallas Goedert. Goedert 4 for 56 yesterday. Barkley 4 for 27. Devontae 4 for 21. A.J. Brown 2 catches. Kenny G with 1. He spread the ball around yesterday.
Goedert was wild. Goedert has been amazing since he's returned from his injury.
Yeah.
He has been absolutely a weapon in that. A.J. Brown is not. A.J. Brown is not. First of all, he's not getting the separation. And yesterday when he was counted on to make 2 plays, thankfully the slant later on in the game got them that first down that was critical. But A.J. Brown does not look like an impact player right now.
Well, I imagine with the knee issues.
Well, what does that have to do with him catching a damn ball?
I know. Well, I'm talking. The separation, knee issues plus snow is going to impact that big time.
I understand, but we're going to have people going, "Oh, Jalen, man, that should have been a touchdown or down at the 1."
Yeah, or down at the 1, right?
And he should catch that ball. If Andrews is getting crap today in Baltimore, A.J. Brown should be getting crap for that.
Now, in fairness, you saw drops from the Rams all over the place with the weather.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't a weather thing with A.J.'s.
That's right. It wasn't coming down
weather.
Crazy. Yeah, no,
it was nothing to do with weather.
It was a bad
right
drop.
in his breadbasket.
It was a bad drop yesterday.
It was a perfect pass. And I don't know if they write a book on that, but maybe want to read it.
And look, that performance by Jalen Hurts yesterday is going to come with criticism from national media members, from just straight up haters here in the Philadelphia area that just don't like Jalen Hurts. But ultimately, I think he played the best way you could possibly play in that kind of weather yesterday.
I think it was a more than adequate performance.
Here's Nick Sirianni after the game yesterday. He was obviously asked about the offense, and I think he kind of chuckles. not really a chuckle. He kind of scoffs at the question here, and take a listen to him talking about how they did enough to win.
You mentioned those 2 turnovers, and as you know how they played championship defense, to not fully capitalize on those opportunities. How much are you stressing?
We did enough to win the game.
Like, what more did you expect out of the offense yesterday?
I don't understand what people were. Do they realize when you get to the playoffs that these are the best teams? When you get to the divisional playoff weekend, these are the best teams left?
Yeah.
These are the teams proving themselves? These are the teams that are either playing their best ball right now or they've had great seasons to find themselves there? I don't understand it.
And I know
Stafford
throws for 324 yesterday, but before the second to last drive, he was still at 170?
Until
170 yards. Like basically half of his yardage yesterday was the fourth quarter.
Until Vic Fangio went really, really soft.
Yes.
Which I don't understand. I do not understand.
Well, I sent you guys a text, and I sent out a video that was on the station's Instagram account. There is an emotional high that everybody felt when Saquon scored that touchdown. Everybody in the building.
No, it was over.
Everybody on that team. And the second you go soft and you let the Rams go downfield and make it a one-score game again, you go from that emotional high of we won, we're going to the NFC Championship game to, oh, wait, we have to go back out there and try to get some more first downs. And they go 3 and out.
Do you know what the Rams play-by-play guy said when Saquon scored? And that will put it away.
Yeah.
And that will put it away. I believe Merrill.
Yeah, he did. I heard it on overnight coming in.
And that'll do it.
Yeah. With 4 minutes left.
For some reason, I don't think we've criticized Vic Fangio all year.
No, Vic also believed that'll do it.
That you would just play so freaking soft on that first touchdown drive. They didn't play that all day long.
No.
And all of a sudden, in those conditions and everything like that, you decide to play really soft.
You let them come right back into the game.
I'll tell you, and thanks to Jake, it was still a game. Because you had a guy who couldn't make extra points.
Yeah.
Again, he is a problem, and that's putting this team behind the 8 ball.
Got to give him credit for the field goals, though. Those were tough, dude. They literally had to use their hands to wipe off a spot on the field.
The 30-some-yarder one, the 20-some-yarder one, come on now.
Bro, that's tough.
Dude, I'm still going to give him credit
in the
for
snow,
him, man.
those conditions, that is a difficult clip.
The 40-some, absolutely. There's no question. But to me, I was shocked the way Vic Fangio and that defense played. 13 points up.
Yeah.
That was.
You took your foot off the gas pedal and let the Rams come right back in.
It reminded me of watching the Eagles back in their Super Bowl run era, when it would just be the sticks defense and it was very soft and passive. It didn't make any sense. They had played great all day.
All day, yeah. And then all of a sudden the Rams come back into it.
And it was the scheme that took them out of it.
Yep.
It was absolutely.
One more thing. Here's Jalen Hurts. Obviously, we're all going to keep our eyes out on any sort of injury report. He's going to play next week. I don't think.
Oh, no.
If he finished the game yesterday, he's going to play in the game next week. But just how hampered could he be? Here was Hurts asked about the injury a couple of times in his responses.
Jalen, how do you feel physically? I know you went to medical temp, but how'd you come out of the game?
Tough game, a challenging game. I was able to finish the game and see how the week goes.
Were there separate injuries?
Like at the end of the half, it looked like you were slow to get up. You were late coming out of the tunnel. And then, of course, you had the one that sent you to the tent in the second half.
No.
So he kind of just shoots it down the way Jalen Hurts would. And we'll see any sort of reports today. I imagine he's going to get his leg looked at.
You're going to hear nothing. He's going to get lots of rest this week. He'll practice Thursday and Friday. That's just expected.
Before what, John?
Before the NFC Championship game.
Unbelievable,
at
man.
At home on Sunday.
Because
and by
the Commanders beat the Lions.
By the way, it was, I think it was June when I first said it to you. Connor, Bill, Andrew.
Yep.
You have a show. Put it on your calendar.
Damn right,
Write
man.
it down.
Shoot, I made plans.
Well,
Nobody
guess what?
told
Then
me,
you
John.
didn't. Once again, Connor, you didn't listen to me.
And you know what? I think a
heard
lot of
you.
us thought we'd be doing the show here. But because it's a
No
home
question.
game, we'll be down in South Philly, man. Can't wait. All right, coming up next, we celebrate some more from last night's victory with a montage. Hear the sounds and relive the memorable night next. courtesy of NBC. And then we'll check our texts and calls for the first time this morning on what should be a just highly spirited day on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelleher. The best show ever.
Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny, let's relive it some more. How
This
it
is good
sounded.
work.
You were at the game, so you have not really had the chance to listen to Mike Tirico, who I thought was exceptional yesterday, really built up the moment, especially at the end there when the Rams start storming back and every Eagles fan is holding their breath. So let's relive it courtesy of NBC. The Eagles' victory last night over the Rams, winning 28-22.
And they'll decide which one on an overcast Sunday in South Philadelphia with snow on the way and a sellout crowd of nearly 70,000 at Lincoln Financial Field, welcoming their NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Hurts this time pulls it and keeps it and takes off for the first down. Through a tackle and Hurts on the right, he might go! Jalen Hurts, touchdown Philadelphia! 44 for the opening score. 3rd and 3. Stafford trying to step up, step into the arms of Jalen Carter, who's ready to throw him down. Couldn't do that, but he got the sack, and it's 3 and out for the Rams. 3rd and 4. They'll run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes! Barkley gonna ring the bell again! Touchdown, Philadelphia! It's another home run from Barkley, 62 yards. Stafford moving out to the left, stops, looks in trouble, and he'll go down. The sack back to the 18. Jalen Hurts, the rookie out of Houston Christian, who's come on for this team, will force a field goal attempt to take the lead. Elliott leaking to the right, but he squeezes it in and gives the Eagles the lead. Aaron Williams lost the football. It's loose. The Eagles have it. It's into the hands of Isaiah Rodgers. Down the sideline, Rodgers. First and goal, Philly at the 10. Here they come. Picked up for the moment. Stafford trying to get rid of it. Lost the football. The Eagles have it. Off the edge. The pressure caused by Nolan Smith. And Zach Vaughn completes an outstanding drive with the recovery. Formation. To the each side. Hurts throws on time. It's caught by A.J. Brown for the first down. Snow excellence on that one.
Well, communication is important, and the fundamentals are important, and just being in attack mode. But I think those are all things that generally you should be focused on anyways, regardless of the conditions.
Hold again, Elliott. Big kick in the snow for the 2nd straight time. Braden Mann, Jake Elliott, Rick Lovato, the snapper. Man is fired up, and man, he should be. Stafford to the 30, he's back, he's in trouble. He's brought down and sacked by Maro Ojomo. 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley. He's to the clear through the snow all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams. And this one might send him to the championship game. 78 yards.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I knew exactly what was about to happen. Just the run we had on, how they had been playing the run, and then the man you're handing the ball off to. You know that there's an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it, and he took advantage of it. And it's a big-time play we needed.
Nakua to the top. 3rd and 2. Stafford in trouble. He's sacked. Brought down by Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen.
It's down to this play. They've got to get 11 yards on 4th and 11 at the 22. Down to 35 seconds left. Higby in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
And it takes everybody and every single buddy in that room, and we're excited to move on. But all that did was make us hungry to keep going.
And the Philadelphia Eagles are back home next Sunday. The Commanders in an I-95 showdown to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Wow. We hear survive and advance. That was definitely survive.
That was awesome. Great work by Brendan Gunn, man. Number 1 BG in the city of Philadelphia. He still stands on top. No, he stays on top of the power rankings after that montage right there.
Can I say hello this morning to Will Brinson, our friend Will Brinson?
He picked the Rams, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ryan Wilson from CBS took the Rams.
That was the hot pick for a lot of people.
But Pete Prisco thankfully got off the pick against the Eagles bandwagon, and he went with the Eagles. So he got that one finally right.
Yeah.
It's like people are doubling down, and I would guess this. If someone picked the Packers to win And if someone picked the Rams to win,
they're picking the
then
Commanders.
now they're going to go Commanders to win because they're just saying,
oh, the new young hot quarterback.
One of these times I'm going to be right.
All right, Johnny, let's go to the people. Let's check the phone line first. You can also text at 610-632-0975. I need to hear from the people following that game. I'm sure a lot of people taking their time this morning, as you should, with the snow out there. Be careful. John said a lot of the schools had the 2-hour delay today.
Yeah, I see the 2-hour delay seems to be
once you get out there, be safe. But if you're out there right now, we'd love to hear from you. Let's go to Carlos in Savannah. No snow in Savannah, Georgia. What's up, Carlos?
There is going to be snow in Georgia tomorrow, though, Carlos.
Guys.
Yes.
Say what now?
There's snow in Georgia tomorrow, though, from what I hear.
Yeah, they calling for snow for us unusually.
Yep.
I've been down here for 13 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen that.
Well, to warm you up, thinking of that title game will warm you up.
Damn
baby.
right, man. Damn right.
Hey, listen, but it was cold down here yesterday, so it felt like home. It did. I ran outside with no shirt on, and I asked, remember that? You remember that scene from the movie Troy? When Brad Pitt killed everybody, he asked all the rest of them, he was like, is there anyone else?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Oh, man, listen, what a game. Listen, let me say this first of all. For all the naysayers and all the Jalen Hurts haters, if you don't understand what's going on in our beloved city right now, what type of event is going on right now, don't call in. This segment is not for you. This segment is not for you. Enjoy the win. Let's go ahead. One more win, and we're going to the Big Easy, man.
One more
Sounds
NFC
good.
Championship game bound, Carlos. Thanks for the call. And it's MLK Day today. So happy MLK Day. So a lot of schools are off. I know
National Day of Service
Coops
today.
Daycare off today. So we had to make some other things happen.
And the NBA honors MLK Day by playing like games from all hours.
Yeah, they start early.
Really interesting.
The Sixers used to always have the noon game, which was great when you used to work middays, because then I got done a little bit earlier. But they're not playing the noon game. Mavericks
Dr. King,
Hornets
I'm glad
today.
he's very, very happy that you did that.
Yeah,
if you have not seen the King Center and you ever travel through Atlanta, it is well worth your time.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic tribute monument place. It's awesome.
That's awesome. That's really cool. All right, coming up next, we check the text line. Also, you heard Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth gush over Jalen Carter. Woo! Rightfully so. We talk about the MVP on the defense yesterday, especially on that final drive for the Rams, where he just wreaked havoc. So we'll hear from you, and we'll talk about Jalen Carter, who was a menace yesterday, whether the rain and snow and sleet was coming down or when it wasn't. Carter was a beast yesterday. We'll talk about it. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles win the Rams rematch. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have punched their ticket to the NFC Championship game with the 28-22 win over the Rams yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. The Eagles had beaten the Rams back in Week 12, and that was a steady dose of Saquon Barkley. Well, folks, things didn't change yesterday. Saquon rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snowy conditions. Nick Sirianni talked about the luxury it is to have Saquon.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
Make sure you thank a Giants fan today if you know one. The Birds defense also got the job done, forcing 2 crucial turnovers in the second half to help the Eagles the victory. Now it's a home NFC Championship game against the Washington Commanders this Sunday, 3 p.m., Lincoln Financial Field. There are a couple of injury concerns coming out of this one, though. Jalen Hurts was hampered with a knee issue. We'll keep an eye on the injury report for that. Quinyon Mitchell missed part of the game with a shoulder injury, but he said after the game he's feeling all right. So we'll keep you updated as the week continues. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. It's an off-night in Philly sports tonight. We'll talk to Andrew DiCecco for the entire 8 a.m. hour. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Throws in the sun, took the shot on the end.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right. We're celebrating today. That's basically it. Not a big question of the day for you to answer, but for
are
those
you a happy person or are you a miserable SOB?
And so for those of you who are extremely over the top with your criticism of Jalen Hurts and the offense today, and look, there are some things to point out. We'll talk about it at some point. The clock management at the end of the first half, that was bad, and that was something that Nick Sirianni's has not had a problem with throughout the course of the season. But today's a celebratory day. However,
absolutely,
I know there are people that are like, but Jalen, bleh. Can you enjoy a playoff win, regardless of how it looks? That's our question for the negative Nancys out there at 610-632-0975. If you are a normal human being and enjoying the win from yesterday, you could just have at it. Floor is yours. Let's talk about it. So, Connor, what do we have on the text line? We're going to talk about Jalen Carter in a few minutes because, man, does he deserve a moment of himself on the show today. But what do we have on the text line so far this morning?
Dude, everybody is positive. Like, I haven't even seen nitpicking about Jalen Hurts. Like, I don't know how much of that we're going to get because they're playing a home NFC Championship game. Eddie in Camden says, man, what a wonderful game. Couldn't have asked for a better game to come out on top of with the snow and conditions and all the drama at the end. I'm sorry if you have to block me for this, but let's go bleeping birds, baby. Now, if you do text something like that and you're excited today, I'll censor it for you. It's
That's
okay.
Good work. That's good work by
blocked.
you, Connor. The FCC won't let him be,
Yeah, well, we got you taken care of, but Eddie's excited, man.
No,
I love
as he should,
that.
as he should be.
Yes.
And that's a memorable game yesterday. Like, I again, 7:24 today, you're going to give your firsthand account on, like, everything, which I can't wait because right before the game starts, we did the pregame show right down the street at Xfinity Live, and throughout the pregame show, we were right next to a window. So I was watching rain, I was watching snow, I was watching any sort of wintry mix, and then the game's about to start, and it's done. Like, there's no weather.
All done.
I drove home. I got home in record time yesterday because there weren't as many people in the lots because of the weather, so it was easy to get in the car, get out, get home. I was home quickly.
Yeah, you did.
And then all of a sudden, man, I guess I can't say the floodgates, but the snow gates opened up and it just started coming down.
It was
man.
apocalyptic as it was coming down, but it wasn't in accumulation. Like, the accumulation wasn't apocalyptic, but it was.
Well, they did a pretty good job on the field, too, with the leaf blower or whatever they were using.
It was crazy.
What else we got on the text line?
All right, well, we have a lot of people very excited. Ian from Coatesville, though, has a question. He says, I think the Eagles played great, and the only thing I question is that last bootleg call where Jalen got sacked on their last drive. Other than that, I think they played well for the conditions they were playing in. Bleep Washington, let's go Birds, baby.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, Kellen Moore was questionable at times yesterday.
He was extremely questionable yesterday.
I don't get when.
What about the clock management before the half? What the hell were they doing?
Well, that's also Sirianni too. I mean, that was bad. That was bad on everybody's. Jalen can't take that. Jalen can't take that sack.
I do believe though that the offensive coordinator gets the first critique on the clock management.
Really?
Yes.
No, dude. The second Hurts gets sacked, Sirianni's got to call a timeout there.
Yeah, but I still think that's the offensive coordinator's got a plan.
You had 18
the offensive
seconds.
coordinator has to have a plan to go, I'm calling a pass play. So we know that if they many times are calling two plays at once.
Yeah.
In the headsets. So they have to have the plan of, if this brilliant play call of mine doesn't go well, what are we doing? Immediately, they got to know that plan. They didn't know the plan, it appears.
Right, but that's on Sirianni. He hears
the head
play
coach,
call.
CEO, head coach.
He's not just hearing jazz music in his headset. He hears what Kellen Moore says.
Hurts bad taking the sack there. Sirianni bad not calling the timeout right away because you have time to quickly get 6-7 yards on the next play. Use that A.J. Brown slant route or get Devontae in space. Not even touchdown. Just get back into field goal range because the sack knocks him out of field goal range there.
Yeah, and that was part of there were a couple of those incidents yesterday where Jalen took him out of 3 points twice.
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Well, with their kicker.
I tweeted it out.
With their kicker, you have no idea whether but you at least deserve the chance.
What if it is field goal range anymore for this team?
Absolutely. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Jalen Carter yesterday was a freaking menace, John.
He was so awesome.
2 sacks yesterday, 3 tackles, and also just wreaking havoc and making Matt Stafford either have to roll to his right or to his left, which then gave guys like Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt opportunities to bring him down. And even on the final play, he didn't get a sack, but he got in the face of Matt Stafford, forcing him to make that errant throw, which eventually wins the game for the Eagles. That dude, and then the punch-out that he has where Isaiah Rodgers picks it up and scoops it up and almost scores. I mean, that changed the game.
And Isaiah Rodgers on that, like the punch-out was beautiful.
Yes, unbelievable.
But the Isaiah Rodgers doesn't break stride in picking that thing up.
No, it was amazing.
Which was amazing.
And maybe that's the return. Yep, that's the return man right there.
But Jalen Carter, he is a public menace out there on the field. He's trouble. He's trouble, and he was held all day long.
Oh, of course he
was.
And
you know who else was held? And I can't wait to watch the All-22 with my NFL Plus. All day long, Nolan Smith was being hooked at the neck. I have no idea what they weren't calling.
Maybe they couldn't see. Maybe the snow was in their eyes.
You know what's funny is that's something that was being speculated by media members.
Yeah.
Is that there was such distraction with it because the visibility was poor for at least 2 of the quarters.
But that Jalen Carter forced fumble, so that was right after the safety. So the Rams make it a 1-point game because of the safety. I still don't know how Jalen takes that safety, but that's, again, a conversation for later on in the show or another day. It was pretty bad. But they're down 1 point. They get the ball right back, right, because of the free kick. And I don't know if they're marching down the field and scoring because the previous possession, they punted. So it's not like they were moving the football with ease. In the second half, it went punt, field goal, punt for the Rams. So it's not like they were driving. But once you give them that momentum after a safety, I think everybody kind of had the same thought, like, the Rams could go downfield here and score, and it's not like the offense has looked brilliant to this point.
And just to get my memory right, that was first snap, right? First carry, wasn't it?
What, the fumble? No,
I thought it was first. I thought it was first snap though.
They
after
had an 8-yard run, and then it was the fumble. The next play.
So it was the next play.
And again,
so it was
8-yard run. So you're going, You know, they just got the safety. They just got the ball. It's 16-15, 8-yard pop by Kyron Williams. You're like, all right, this is getting a little dicey here. And then Jalen Carter, knocks it out, and Isaiah Rodgers picks up for 40 yards. Man,
they were. On the strip sack of Stafford, they did so many good things yesterday. There's so many things to be joyous about this morning.
So much to celebrate today, so let's continue to do it. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Earl in West Philly. What up, Earl? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, man. How you guys doing today?
We're in high spirits today.
It is NFC Championship week, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted to go ahead.
No, yeah, and it's at home. It's in Philly. The Lions choke one away. Man? It's in Philly.
Hey, man, nobody thought that. I'll be honest. When we lost the number 1 seed, I said we gotta run through Detroit. But Commanders did us a favor, and we'll take that. I just wanted to touch bases on Jalen Hurts. I know he didn't do too much yesterday, but in my eyes, obviously, let's keep the main thing. A win is a win. I think the safety was really atrocious. He shouldn't have took that, but I don't think it was nothing he could have done either. I'll leave you guys with this. Jalen Hurts only threw for 128 yards, no touchdowns. Ran for one. Josh Allen, he threw for 127, 2 touchdowns. I bet you the national media does not.
Oh, you're so right, Earl. It's going to be they're going to gush over Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. Thanks for the call, Earl. And Jalen's going to get criticized.
Oh no, it's going to be if Google can be your friend. It can be your friend. If you want to be one of those people who's coming in, first of all, constantly moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Now it'll be the Commanders. That'll be the next thing. And Jalen's just not good enough. Look at Patrick Mahomes. Look at Josh Allen.
Yeah, very similar.
Jalen was good enough. If they were good enough, Jalen was good enough. And Jalen was better with his feet.
Absolutely. Speaking of Jalen, back to Jalen Carter. Here's Nick Sirianni after the game yesterday talking about the growth of the former first-round pick.
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen, who's continued to get better. Jalen's consistently done the right things in and out of the building, from his conditioning to his weight to his style of play. And for him to rush the passer the way that he did in our group rush, the way that we did in moments of where the footing wasn't great, that was a championship effort by the defense. And we earned a right to play for the NFC Championship this week against a really good football team. But Jalen Carter, I can't say enough good things about his development as a player. And the reason that happens, it just doesn't happen because of talent. He's talented as you guys see it. He's so talented. But this league, there's a lot of guys that are talented, and it takes more than talent to reach your potential, and he's continuing to rise, and that speaks a lot to Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter is only in his second season, Johnny.
I watched him coming out of high school, his college career, and I was thrilled when the Eagles got him.
He's only in his second season,
I like to imagine during that game there was a point Sean McVay standing on the opposite sideline. Just thought for a second, this looks kind of familiar.
Yeah. This looks like this Aaron Donald guy that I had.
He is a monster, and he is so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, our old buddy Tom Albert put out a tweet and said, Jalen Carter saved the season on that sack on third down to Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
It was a huge play.
Well, and did you see Dan Orlovsky's breakdown of it?
I did not.
I didn't watch the videos.
I was sleeping in Dylan's office.
I didn't listen to the audio. I think it was Higbee, but somebody was open over the middle of the field. And if Jalen Carter's not there, Matt Stafford's throwing a touchdown pass. So Jalen Carter pretty much did save the season. So Tommy Alvord still kicking.
He is. Then you would have had to go for a field goal to try to win. And
yeah, you'd have to go down.
Seconds.
You have to go downfield first.
It would have been terrible.
It's not like they were moving the ball with these at that point. All right, coming up next. For whatever reason, Hurts' numbers will always be a talking point. Well, when you run the ball so well, I don't know why it's talked about. But Jalen Hurts said something yesterday that's going to make you smile. I heard it during the montage that BG put together. Brendan Gunn, number one BG in the city. You'll hear it again next. It was just something that makes me smile, and you will tell people exactly the moment because you saw it happen where Jalen Hurts knew touchdown.
It's incredible.
Barkley. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win.
a Victory Monday morning. I don't know if Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, visit opayBryant.com, paid for Victory Monday mornings on the Fanatic.
Oh, no, they got it, baby.
They got 16 weeks of it.
16!
Soon to be 18.
And look, yeah, let's make it to 18. Because it's a joyous day today. And I was so happy when Connor said we got a ton of texts. And he said, I can't find a negative one. Thank God. Because expunge these people from your life who don't want to enjoy the fact that we've got a week to prepare for an NFC Championship game.
Well, I also hope, John, that a lot of the people that are now positive today, maybe they weren't last week, but they realized, all right, I was a bit much last week. Because last week was weird. Over the course of the entire week and every day, like Wednesday, Thursday, you think, all right, people are starting to get excited for the game. And then we'd get another text or a call of somebody that's like bashing Jalen or upset about this or upset about that. We had a caller last Wednesday say that the Eagles have a quarterback problem. Like, think about that. That's the kind of reaction we got last week.
That he was awful or terrible.
Yeah, and a quarterback problem. And he didn't ask for Pickett to play or Tanner McKee to play, but he thought, Jalen Hurts is going to hold this team back. Like, that's some of the reaction we got following the win against the Packers. So I'm hoping a lot of people that had that mentality last week are going, all right, I got to give it up. They keep on winning, and they win playoff games. And now they're heading to the NFC Championship game here in Philadelphia.
Right, got to be feeling it now. We got Sundays. By the way, like $1,300 is pretty much lowest you're going to get in the door.
Wow.
On the secondary market this morning, and it has gone up since I looked last night during the Bills game.
Yeah.
So the prices have gone up, and so it's going to be quite the ticket.
Yeah, it's going to be
get in.
Going to the Super Bowl with a win, man.
By the way, and again, when you wake up this morning with this thought, if you went in one of those beautiful, shiny casinos in Las Vegas, or you go on your sportsbook app, the Eagles are the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
That's amazing.
So when you praise Patrick Mahomes and the Bills and everybody else, the Eagles are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Just let that ruminate. Yes, exactly.
I love that,
As you think of all the boogeymen that are in your face.
I'm going to play this for you. Here was Jalen Hurts after the game yesterday. We've obviously talked a lot about Saquon Barkley and his performance yesterday. 26 carries, 205 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The second touchdown, which we all kind of thought was the icer at first, and
oh my God,
it obviously wasn't.
By the way, did I make you guys proud on the Fanatic website? On the Fanatic Twitter feed?
You always make me proud, John.
I saw your immediate tweet of that good night Rams when Saquon scored there.
We all had the same thought.
Because
I didn't have that thought.
There's no.
Oh, dude, I had that thought.
And that is before Jake, or as they call him on the best show ever, Missy Elliott.
Yeah, misses another extra point.
Before that, misses another extra point and leaves the game in jeopardy.
So when Saquon scores the touchdown, we're all celebrating. But well before the touchdown was scored, there was a great camera shot where Saquon Barkley mouths to Jalen Hurts, "Watch this." Saquon then gets the ball, and John, you have seen multiple photos of this now.
And I saw it happen.
Right, live in the building.
And I couldn't believe what I saw because you're watching and I'm looking directly down at it. And as soon as he hands the ball to Saquon heads to his left. And before Saquon crosses the line of scrimmage, Jalen Hurts has the touchdown signal and is up in the air.
He knew it.
And I don't know why I just happened to see him do it. And then, of course, when Saquon starts running, my eyes go away.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, my God.
And I was like, are you kidding me?
Well, here was Jalen Hurts after the game. He was asked about it. He knew it.
Well, I knew exactly what was about to happen. Just the run we had on, how they had been playing the run, and then the man you're handing the ball off to. You know that there's an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it, and he took advantage of it. And it's a big-time play we needed.
He says that with no energy, with no, excitement. Oh, I knew it was going to happen. He's so football all the time, which is amazing.
Football and maybe Percocet.
Yeah, yesterday.
Because he was dealing with some pain.
But the way he just said it, yeah, I knew it was going to happen. And so did Saquon. Imagine being that good at something that you could just say, yeah, watch this. What?
Do you think about those two first? Because I think about the guy that has not been to the level we expected him to be all year. Kellen Moore made that call.
He did.
That was a great call.
So to get a call from your offensive coordinator where the quarterback and the running back immediately look at each other and be
say,
like,
"This is a touchdown."
House call.
Yeah,
that's a
good work.
great
Watch
play.
this.
That's good work by you, Connor. All right, let's go to the calls. We'll get some more texts as well. Let's go to Rick in Easton. What up, Rick? Good morning.
Hey, guys. Couldn't agree with you more. I'm going to tell you, if your quarterback is that bad, you don't go to the NFC Championship game two times in 3 years.
Yeah, he must really suck.
You know, I'll tell you, Jalen dropped that ball right in AJ's lap in that weather condition. But here's some questions that I have for you guys. You don't throw the ball in an ice storm from your end zone when your quarterback just comes back after being tweaked. You just got to run the ball and punt the ball out of there.
How did he even? I don't even understand how that was the play call.
It was incredible to me. And then from where we're sitting in our area, we stand the whole game, obviously. There's so many situations where Goddard and Dotson are so wide open. I get it that AJ and Smitty are the main targets. But sometimes I think Kellen in the locker room, Kellen Moore, has got to share with Jalen. I know you can't hold his hand. I know he's an NFL quarterback. But they got to find a way to just say, Jalen, you got to look at those receivers sometimes in the beginning.
And that's when you design hot reads, right?
Yeah.
Where you have a play call where it's, hey, Dallas Goedert is your read here. We're going to run a play for you. And Rick, thanks for the call, brother. To the Eagles' credit and Jalen's credit, they have done that at times. When Jalen Hurts is checked, think about two plays where Jalen Hurts is checked into it and it's gone to Dallas Goedert. Last week against the Packers where he does the 3-time stiff arm, and going back to New Orleans way back in week 3 when he checks into that play. So there are times where Jalen at the line of scrimmage sees something and checks into a Dallas Goedert hot read. But I get what Rick's saying. I mean, the safety, Dallas Goedert was wide open.
I'm more impressed by the fact that the quarterbacks that keep getting sent home are the quarterbacks who don't protect the football.
Well, that's another big
You know what I
key.
mean?
Yeah. And Jalen Hurts protected the football yesterday.
Once again.
And that's hard to do it in those kinds of conditions. All right, coming up next, I've been looking forward to this all day. I talked to John a little bit about it before the show started because I was so excited to hear from him. But I didn't want to hear too much because we don't do the show before the show. John was in the building last night. He's going to tell you the story of the weather, the crowd. Get John's firsthand account of Lincoln Financial Field next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. You'll also hear the victory montage again here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Snow doesn't stop Saquon. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds are heading to the NFC Championship game. Well, actually, they're not going anywhere. After the Commanders took down the one-seeded Lions, the Birds beat the Rams 28-22 yesterday at the Link to cement a home NFC Championship game appearance. Saquon Barkley rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snowy conditions. Nick Sirianni talked about the luxury that he is.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
The defense also got the job done yesterday, forcing 2 crucial turnovers. It's the home NFC Championship game against the Commanders coming up this Sunday, 3 p.m. next. There are a couple of injury concerns. Jalen Hurts dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell, a shoulder. We'll keep you updated as the week continues. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. Off night in Philly sports, Andrew DiCecco will join us for the 8 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by the Electrical Workers Local 269 and the Electrical Training Alliance. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 269 will be accepting applications starting January 1st until March 31st at IBEW269.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows. 5 The Fanatic app. Philly sports in the palm of
6 on Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning. You're going to hear the sounds from NBC coming up again in a few minutes. But, Johnny, I want you to tell the audience and me, I'm sitting down for story time here, all right? I'm in Cooper's rocking chair. I want to hear just your firsthand account on yesterday. You did the show from Xfinity Live, so you can talk to the people about the atmosphere well before the game started, your walk into the building, the start of the game, what the crowd was like, and then obviously once the snow starts coming down, what was that like? So, John, the floor is yours. Tell us about yesterday.
The vision was yesterday was a visual memory of, and I think everybody in attendance, probably everybody watched on TV will feel it.
Oh, yeah.
But when you're there in attendance, the visual of watching that game was incredible. I didn't see the shady snow game except on TV.
When I told you I missed it altogether because of Grandma.
You wouldn't put her on on the train.
So this was my snow game yesterday.
This was your snow game. It was the energy first off. I thought the energy in the lots was great. I mean, absolutely great.
Yeah, I felt it.
You could feel it yesterday, and I did not feel that last Sunday.
No,
I did not feel it in the Green Bay game.
I think people were just kind of like, all right, let's get through this one last week.
It was. It certainly was not the same.
And yesterday with more the weather was bad during tailgate time.
Oh, yeah.
And yet the lots were packed and everybody was ready to go.
I went through, tried to see my buddy Joe in his lot, but he was in line to go to the bathroom. I missed him. So I went in, and immediately I like to head down to where the field is just to sort of get a vision of it. Big Dom and the press crew were on patrol. They were on patrol checking everybody. And it was there was energy around the whole building. The staff inside Lincoln Financial Field, I always talk about how much I love the Citizens Bank Park employee crew.
Yes.
But it was great. You could feel it yesterday. There were smiles. There was energy. There was excitement about what was going on. It felt big. And in the beginning, it was when we got into the building, it was snowing.
Yeah.
And then it just stopped.
It's just done.
It stopped for an hour and a half. For an hour and a half, there was nothing.
I saw you put out the tweet from the station account. Like, did we miss something?
Yeah,
did they miss something with the snowstorm?
Because there was nothing. And then all of a sudden, it started, and then it just picked up.
Big
and
flakes,
picked up.
Man.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was before the first Saquon touchdown run that the snow started.
Now, could you see well? Because you guys are behind glass.
You could see very well. And it was easy to get a great view of it. And it got more visually pleasing as the day went on. The people who sit right in front of the press box, I'm telling you this, if I ever go to a game and I'm sitting in the stands the next time, I would love to sit with these folks.
Yeah.
Because they have a blast. They don't sit down. They never sit down.
Good.
They are noisy as hell. They are involved and engaged. And to watch the joy in the faces as the snow is coming down, where the conditions are miserable, and to watch the brotherhood in the stands, the excitement, the energy, it was freaking awesome. And more importantly, there was I think the people around the Eagles know how important yesterday was, and know what they're on the precipice of. The entire staff, the entire energy in that whole building was there. It was loud yesterday. It was loud. But when it was 7-6, it wasn't. And then it got loud again. Once they got the lead back, from that point on, the crowd was freaking incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of them all. And I'm proud of you all who were out there in the elements, because it was unbelievable. I wore jeans and boots to the press box. I've never done that in my entire life. But I knew I'd be shoveling out a car afterwards.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, because you'd be there. So I knew that was coming. And I want to thank Steve-O again, Officer Steve, who said, do not head towards 322 and the Blue Route if you can avoid it. And then I just said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the station and sleep on Dylan's couch. The energy leaving that building last night was pure joy. Pure energy.
I imagine.
The joy, the excitement. And by the way, the tailgates that were kicking up.
Oh, yeah, dude, it was a party yesterday.
Okay, no, but like you're kicking up a tailgate again it was like 6:15, 6:20.
That's still early.
6:30.
That is still
today.
That is so early.
I loved. You could hear. I swear to you, from the media lot, you could hear on the side of Wells Fargo, you could hear the music that if you closed your eyes, you would have said, it's 12:30 before the 3 o'clock game.
Right.
The noise was there. The energy was there. The beers were flowing. I had 2 beers offered to me, and I said, that's all right, thanks.
Yeah, he said you had a nice little drive ahead.
It's awesome, though, and it was great. And how the roads weren't more prepared to be cleared, I have no idea. But that's another issue altogether.
That's another issue. I advise you to go to the NFL Twitter account, the official Twitter account of the NFL. They posted a video right around 6 o'clock yesterday, so that's how you can find it. Scroll back that way. Of the Saquon Barkley second touchdown run. It was a camera angle from the end zone.
So they have Jalen?
Well, you can barely see Jalen do it, but the crowd behind Saquon jumping for joy when they noticed there was no man to beat. A.J. Brown sprinting behind them, wanting to be a part of the celebration. It's a really, really cool camera shot, man. I would check that out.
I don't remember if it was – I think it was Bill Colarulo that when we were in Punta Cana at the pool, that it was Bill Colarulo that was one of the ones. I'm not sure, but it would have been during Best Show Ever. So maybe Ty wasn't on that day or something.
Maybe.
And he may have been on vacation like me, that I heard the news of the Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And I never in a million years, I would have bet everything I owned that there was no way this man was going to put together a season anything close to it.
I tweeted that out yesterday that nobody expected this. Nobody. It's been well better than what anybody expected. All right, let's relive some of the sounds from yesterday. Courtesy of NBC, the montage put together by Brendan Gunn on a victory in the divisional round of the playoffs, setting the site for the NFC Championship game here in Philadelphia.
And they'll decide which one on an overcast Sunday in South Philadelphia with snow on the way and a sellout crowd of nearly 70,000 at Lincoln Financial Field, welcoming their NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Hurts this time pulls it and keeps it and takes off for the first down. Through a tackle and Hurts on the right. He might go. Jalen Hurts, touchdown Philadelphia. 44 for the opening score. 3rd and 3. Stafford trying to step into the arms of Jalen Carter, who's ready to throw him down. Couldn't do that, but he got the sack, and it's 3 and out for the Rams. 3rd and 4. They'll run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes. Barkley gonna ring the bell again. Touchdown, Philadelphia. It's another home run from Barkley, 62 yards. Stafford moving out to the left, stops, looks in trouble, and he'll go down. The sack back to the 18. Jalen Hunt, the rookie out of Houston Christian, has come on for this team, will force a field goal attempt to take the lead. Elliott leaking to the right, but he squeezes it in and gives the Eagles the lead. Aaron Williams wants the football. It's loose. The Eagles have it. It's into the hands of Isaiah Rodgers. Down the sideline, Rodgers. First and goal, Philly at the 10. Here they come. Picked up for the moment. Stafford trying to get rid of it. Lost the football. The Eagles have it. Off the edge. The pressure caused by Nolan Smith. And Zach Vaughn completes an outstanding drive with the recovery. Formation. To the each side. Hurts throws on time. It's caught by A.J. Brown for the first down. Snow excellence on that one.
Well, communication is important, and the fundamentals are important, and just being in attack mode. But I think those are all things that generally you should be focused on anyways, regardless of the conditions.
Hold again, Elliott. Big kick in the snow for the second straight time. Braden Mann, Jake Elliott, Rick Lovato, the snapper. Man is fired up, and man, he should be. Stafford in the 30s, back, he's in trouble. He's brought down and sacked by Maro Ojomo. 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear through the snow all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams. And this one might send them to the championship game. 78 yards.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I knew exactly what was about to happen. Just the run we had on, how they had been playing the run, and then the man you're handing the ball off to. You know that there's an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it, and he took advantage of it. And to a big-time play we needed.
Go into the top, 3rd and 2. Stafford in trouble, he's sacked! Brought down by Jalen Carter!
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen.
It's down to this play. They've got to get 11 yards on 4th and 11 at the 22. Down to 35 seconds left. Higbee in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
It takes everybody and every single buddy in that room, and we're excited to move on. But all that did was make us hungry to keep going.
And the Philadelphia Eagles are back home next Sunday. The Commanders in an I-95 showdown to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Wow. We hear survive and advance. That was definitely survive.
Great work by Brendan Gunn putting that together.
What great calls, too.
It was a great broadcast yesterday. I know people feel a certain type of way about Collinsworth, but I thought it was a great broadcast for both those guys yesterday.
I think him and Aikman both do a great job.
Unbelievable. That,
Both
of course, all courtesy of NBC. Coming up next, Monday morning radio host. We play some clips from Nick Sirianni's post-game press conference, and we react to it. And don't forget, Andrew DiCecco, our man's going to be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today, a little bit before 8. He joins us at 7:55. So Andrew DiCecco also in the building yesterday will give his firsthand account and break all things down for us like a true football guy will. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Join 97.5 The Fanatic and Phillies.
Barkley's a bit of a luxury.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
I think he speaks for everybody there.
He does. We're all in on it.
He's been better than anybody could have anticipated.
He's been it's ridiculous. It's historic. It's the Saquon season.
Yeah.
For the 2024.
We didn't get a single call or text before the season started, hey, he's going to rush for 2,000 yards.
No.
Nobody even called in and said he's going to have over 300 yards through the first 2 games of the playoffs either. He has been better than advertised, and we had high thoughts going into the season with him. But my God, this guy deserves some MVP votes. He really does. All right, here's Nick Sirianni. We did talk about this a little bit. It's been a celebratory day, but we have been critical at certain times about certain things. The end of the first half was bad for the Eagles. Between the sack from Jalen Hurts, the clock management of Sirianni and Kellen Moore. Here's Sirianni talking about that sack.
On that one, it felt like we just weren't on the same page. If you guys, I can't see exactly everything that happened on each individual play. We'll have to look at the tape on some of it. But we got to fight to be on the same page in every category. They had a free rusher on that one, and so that's a tough situation to be in. And I'll have to, we talked about it on the sideline, and we just all have to be on the same page. You can't have negative plays in that area, but it's never just one thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad.
I think, absolutely.
But they addressed it. He addressed it. They'll work on it. The offensive line you still have full faith in for the next game, especially when it's normal conditions next Sunday.
39 or 40 degrees at kickoff.
Yeah.
And no weather expected at all.
Yeah, much more tame conditions next weekend.
No wind, no rain, no nothing.
No, it's just going to be a football game next Sunday. Here's Sirianni after the game being asked about the offense because obviously the defense balled out. The offense was okay, but how much more could you ask for when it was snowing the way that it was? And, of course, when Jalen Hurts gets banged up, here's Sirianni.
You mentioned those 2 turnovers and as you know how they played championship defense to not fully capitalize on those opportunities. How much are you stressing?
We did enough to win the game.
I mean, that's the perfect answer.
That's it.
He kind of scoffs at the guy.
Nick's getting the hang of this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he's been really good with press. He's been really good with everything because that's the right answer.
John,
what the hell are you talking about?
We have history yesterday. Not Saquon Barkley running for 205.
What's that?
Nick Sirianni, before the start of the second half, when they speak to the reporters, gave a one-word answer.
What?
He gave a one-word answer.
He's never given it. His wife could ask him, okay, pizza or chicken tonight? He couldn't give a one-word answer.
He was asked about Jalen.
What kind of chicken is it? And I love pizza, and pizza's great. What toppings are we getting? Nick couldn't do that.
He was asked about Jalen because he was grimacing going into the locker room at the end of the first half, and they asked him, hey, does he have any limitations? He says, no.
There you go.
Even Christy laughed out loud. She's like, well, that wasn't really nice. I was like, no, trust me.
No, that's the way you should
That's
answer
actually the best thing that Sirianni could have done. We played this a couple of times. We'll play it again for you because it's very deserving. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about the growth of Jalen Carter in just his second season.
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen, who's continued to get better. Jalen's consistently done the right things in and out of the building, from his conditioning to his weight to his style of play. And for him to rush the passer the way that he did and our group rush the way that we did in moments of where the footing wasn't great, that was a championship effort by the defense. And we earned the right to play for the NFC Championship this week against a really good football team. But Jalen Carter, I can't say enough good things about his development as a player, and the reason that happens, it just doesn't happen because of talent. He's talented as you guys see it. He's so talented. But this league, there's a lot of guys that are talented, and it takes more than talent to reach your potential, and he's continuing to rise, and that speaks a lot to Jalen Carter.
He's a menace.
He is, man.
He's unblockable, and he's just trouble. And he's a Pro Bowler this year.
Yeah.
So congratulations to that. It's the first of many chapters for him.
And Sirianni mentioned him a couple of times. I just want to give a quick shout out to defensive line coach Clint Hurt for 2 reasons. One, maybe he's a big part of the growth of Jalen Carter. And number 2, I never want Clint Hurt to think I badmouthed him because I don't want to die.
Nope, don't want to mess with that guy.
Clint Hurt is a big man, but he's clearly doing a great job. We've now seen him a couple of times on the sideline with Jalen Carter, either controlling him, containing him. Remember, there was the moment where he had to separate Sirianni and Jalen Carter. Clint Hurt deserves a lot of credit for what he's been able to do with this defensive line. Lastly, Nick Sirianni, he talked about the mud, but really just the snow. Here he is talking about dragging themselves through the mud yesterday.
I think we've been the same ever since we got here. To be quite honest with you, I think if you ask the players, they'll say that we've been the same as coaches ever since we got here. Attention to detail has always been there. The accountability has always been there. The toughness has always been there. The togetherness has always been there. You just double down on those types of things. 2-2 seems like a long time ago. We're here where we are now. I think we're battle tested. We embrace the adversity. We're battle tested from some of the things that we went through last year. Had to kind of drag ourselves through the mud to get to this position. We had to drag ourselves through the mud through the early starts and a lot of the doubts, and now here we are right now. But that's the way football goes. It's the way life goes, and hopefully these guys are learning. We talk a lot about it, and hopefully these guys are learning through the ups and downs. You can pick yourself up and go again, and that's the great thing about coaching is you take opportunities to do that to help these guys not only become better football players, but become better men.
I love that message from him because there was a lot to learn from last year for everybody.
There was absolutely a lot to learn.
And a lot to learn at the beginning part of this season.
I need to know the whole story.
Yeah.
Of everything that went on more than anything.
What the hell happened?
Because they were 10-1. We should have been at an NFC title game last year.
Yeah.
It's amazing, though.
I never want to think about that year ever.
No,
but John's right.
Connor, now I need to know more than anything about that. What the hell went wrong?
They're in the conference championship game 2 out of the last 3 years.
And they were 10-1 the year that they were.
And the season in the middle was a historic collapse. Like what happened?
I know what you mean.
What it means is, Nick Sirianni, you're a hell of a coach. You're a hell of a leader of men.
Yeah.
Strategist, I'm still going to ask you and Kellen to have a drug test.
But hey, they move on, baby. And now we get to talk to a true football man.
Oh, a true football guy.
Enough of these two radio losers. How about Andrew DiCecco, who is ready to go? He joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. That starts next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Rain, sleet, or snow. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles, well, they don't care about the elements as they punch their ticket to the NFC Championship game. A 28-22 win over the Rams yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. Saquon Barkley rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snowy conditions. The Rams are going to have nightmares about Barkley. The Eagles, on the other hand, they have dreams of where he can take them, and Nick Sirianni talked about the luxury of Saquon.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
The Birds' defense was also crucial, forcing 2 big-time turnovers in the second half. Jalen Carter, a huge game. Nolan Smith, a huge game. Those Georgia dogs showing up for the Birds. Now, it's a game at the Link. The NFC Championship game is home against the Washington Commanders this Sunday, 3 p.m. There are a couple of injury concerns. Jalen Hurts is dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell's shoulder. We'll keep you updated on that as the week continues. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. Off night in Philly Sports Night. Andrew DiCecco joins us coming up next. This update's brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5 The Fanatic's YouTube channel.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a victory Monday morning. And we are going to the NFC Championship game, hosting the Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field Sunday at 3 o'clock. Can't wait, but we have a lot to unpack. And I love this hour that we get to share with our man from Inside the Birds and all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic, Andrew DiCecco. Andrew, good morning, brother. What's going on?
Good morning, guys. Great to be with you. Big win yesterday, huh?
Yeah, definitely a big win.
And very positive fans this morning.
Yes.
Okay, that was my next question.
Much better than last week.
Very No, it's not even recognizable.
Yeah, the script is flipped.
Extremely
I was going to ask you guys for a temperature check, but that's good to hear.
I would say,
with a win like that, and you're going to the NFC Championship game, I mean, what could you really?
People are ready to go.
I'd say 80% positive.
Yeah,
and I think that there is 20% that's absolutely you can critique and you can be very valid.
Yeah, you could critique, and we will break this game down. But before we do that, I had John talk about it, Andrew, but I would like to get your firsthand account yesterday as well. Yesterday was more than just a game to cover, obviously with the snow, and it was a playoff game. Just tell us your firsthand account on the experiences that you had throughout the game. You got there a little bit later than John because you stuck around for the first hour of the pregame show. We appreciate it. So what was life for Andrew DiCecco like leading up to Lincoln Financial Field throughout the game, and, of course, once the snow starts coming down?
Well, for one, leaving Xfinity was a disaster. There's people everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, I had to kind of, full back my way out of there.
Yeah, you had to get back to your football instincts.
Right. But then it was really just sleet for most of the first quarter, and you start to wonder, okay, is this snowstorm going to be a bust? And then all of a sudden, the snow starts to fall down, starts to trickle down, and then it starts to really hammer over Lincoln Financial Field, really coating the end zones. At halftime, they had leaf blowers they were using for the hash marks. Yeah. So I took a video of that, and I tried to keep informing the audience, who I'm sure was curious as to how the Eagles were handling the NFL really was handling the conditions there. And then in the third quarter, it started to look like a snow globe, where the snow was just whipping around everywhere.
It was going in all directions.
It was crazy, right? I mean, that kind of puts into perspective how difficult those kicks were for Jake Elliott, because those conditions were extremely challenging, and the fact that they had to clear off the spots for him, they never had to do that. They kind of had to all pitch in to make it work. But
it wasn't like the Patriots Day either, when they had the whole snow plow. Remember the snow plow that gave what was it?
They had the little snow blower.
Yeah, to whoever the kid was. Vinatieri, right?
Yeah, of course.
But no, the Eagles yesterday, they used their hands, man.
Jordan Mailata got in there. He used his forearm.
In the dirt.
And then I have to tell you, this game I'll always remember. That 78-yard Saquon Barkley touchdown run where he's galloping through the snow. When he hits the 25-yard line, he's tapping his helmet multiple times. And to me, it was almost like he came to the realization that, I just did my part, and we're probably going to reach the NFC title game. I just thought that was an all-time moment. And when he does make the Hall of Fame, that will be a clip that you can expect him to play.
There was the energy in that building, both of Saquon's runs and Jalen's run.
Jalen's run was awesome, too.
It shook the building.
Early,
the
too.
fans were into it, and it got very exciting.
Now, John, you could hear a pin drop on that final drive. Really, the last 4 minutes or so.
It was anxious. The building was silent.
It was.
And then they'd hype it up, and then everybody would exhale, and then it would get loud again. But there was such an anxiousness. That game felt like the Falcon game. Felt like the second Commander game, that stupid decisions, not knowing clock management, put them in a position to be able to win a game. Oh, and of course, Jake, not making extra points.
Made big field goals, but the extra points, man.
That defense, they have to be saying to themselves, we've been in a lot of these, because John talks about the Falcons game, there's the Commanders game, there's the Jacksonville game that they were able
Kobe
to.
Dean has the interception.
Right, and then there's the Panthers game where they have the Xavier Leggett drop.
Yep.
So it was sort of like, here we go again, but the Eagles were able to pull it out.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. And to that point, at the end there, I texted John, Connor, and Brendan, begun, during the game yesterday. Something that I was worried about. That emotional high that you feel when Saquon Barkley scores. You even just said it. Saquon Barkley scores and probably has that realization, wow, I just sent my team the NFC Championship game. I think everybody inside Lincoln Financial Field said, we're going to the NFC Championship game. I think every player thought that they were going to the NFC Championship game. What was Vic Fangio doing on that second to last drive for the Rams where he allows them to just march downfield with ease?
Yeah, and
then you have to try to get back into the game again.
And you illustrated that really well in your Instagram video, which everybody should see that because
Really
it's you in the moment. And I thought that you were able. All your thoughts were very well composed.
Thank you very much.
What I would say is that the conditions were awful at the end of that game.
Yeah.
And defensive backs were really struggling to find their footing there. And you really saw it with Slay, who had a heck of a game.
Amazing.
He played all 71 defensive snaps. Darius Slay needs a ton of credit for that.
Doesn't
for
get
what
enough credit
And
in
he
this
didn't
city,
limp
man.
off. He didn't limp off with like an injury for.
And that's the other part of it, John. He knew there was no Quinyon Mitchell. He had to, no matter what, stay in that game. Isaiah Rodgers, and we'll get into this in a second. I spoke to him after the game. He gutted it out because they all knew that they were relying on each other to seal the deal and win that game. But I think that a lot of it had to do with traction, Andrew, and like we talked about in the pregame show, they weren't able to pin their ears back and move forward, and the corners were really struggling with their traction.
So was it more of a, hey, don't give up a big play here, let's play soft?
Nothing over your head.
It was soft. Isaiah, though. Calf?
So he said he caught a cramp,
and then he came in, and then he cramping?
He said he caught a cramp and his leg locked up, but that he was fine. He goes, this is...
Because he didn't do that poorly.
No, he said it's winter, go home.
Right.
And Keely Ringo briefly went out there, but Isaiah was there to finish the game.
Well, when Rodgers goes down, he grabs his leg immediately. We're all like, uh-oh.
Right.
Yeah, I'd had somebody that asked me, they said, is it severe? And I was like, no, he's out there. He's out there now. I see him on the sideline walking around, then he went out there for the ensuing drive. But, yeah, that could have been really bad. You could have been down to, your third outside corner.
Yeah.
I don't know why Quinyon wasn't back out for the second half. I understand being out for the game, and it was precautionary from what we're hearing.
Right. Well, I spoke to Quinyon after the game very briefly, and he said, I'm good. And then I said, well, what happened with the shoulder? And he said, I heard it making a tackle.
Right.
But
it was the Stafford one, and Stafford got up.
He got up
from
gingerly,
that,
too.
Like he was ginger.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was in the locker room and that he spoke to a couple of us is always a good sign. Yeah. So
but why would he not have been out in the sidelines for the second half?
That was odd, and the fact that it was very delayed. It was well into the second half, I believe, that they said he was
out. Yeah, officially.
And when Hurts went in the tent for the knee, I've never seen so many cameras over near that blue tent waiting for him to come out.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it looked horrible. I don't know how good of a view you guys got from the press box. I know they have TVs
Only
in there.
on the review did I see.
Dude, it looked bad. And when I saw him go down and limping off, I said, uh-oh. And my first thought was, when are they going to show the Kenny Pickett shot?
That's what I was looking for as well.
Yes, you saw
And I know
that.
he did warm up a little bit.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He did. He did. But when he came out of that tent, Jalen was like, get the hell out of my way. I got a team to go quarterback. So they knew that they had enough.
And I thought he was really in trouble. I texted you guys this. Now, eventually they did tush push, and they got in, but Lane Johnson had the false start. There was like 2 opportunities they could have tush pushed where they normally would have, and they didn't do it. And I was like, oh, dude, Jalen's knee must be busted if they're not doing this.
Doesn't Saquon literally, squat as much as Jalen?
Yeah, I mean, and that was one of the benefits.
Why don't you tush push with Saquon?
Well, he's got to
as if
practice
he
that.
needs
You
it.
can't just...
as if he needs it.
In the snow,
you're saying practice it?
Or just, traditional short
You have all
yardage.
year to practice it.
Yeah, or just traditional short yardage
think
running.
about that. You think about things, Andrew, before they happen. You don't think about them like, oh, well, we never practiced
I'm not having Saquon take a snap under center, tush push.
No, they could have lined it up traditionally, though, and did the short yardage.
Yeah, no, that's
I
fine.
just said, then just have Saquon do it. I mean,
he weighs 230 pounds.
Or a direct snap right to him
how
or
many
something.
How many times has Saquon Barkley this year failed? What percentage of his carries has he failed to not get a yard? And in that situation, not getting a yard.
Very few.
I mean, come on.
Well, that's what they ran on the third down, right? Before they got called for the false start. They ran Saquon short yardage and he didn't get in.
Yeah, but it's once again the idea that just it shouldn't be. That was 2nd and 3 after that first down play.
Right.
They're 2nd and goal from the 3. And I didn't understand the play call.
Yeah, I didn't get that either. Part of the benefits of signing someone like Saquon Barkley is so that you can utilize him to pick up those short yardage situations so you don't have to continually expose your quarterback to unnecessary hits.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And yesterday, obviously, concerning with the knee, but I guess, does something come out? John says they won't say anything. I imagine there's a Rappaport or somebody that gets the text straight from Howie.
This morning, probably?
Yeah, he suffered a sprain, but good to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. You heard Jalen after the game, and that was about as lukewarm of an answer that you're going to get from Jalen Hurts. I should be good. We'll have to see how it happens. But, I mean, he's not missing that game.
No, he's playing. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about the Jalens. We're going to talk about Jalen Hurts, more on his performance. Curious to hear what Andrew DiCecco has to say. Like you said, John, it's been more positive today.
Oh, very positive.
Well, completely different from last week. And also Jalen Carter. So the performance of the Jalens will be discussed by Andrew DiCecco coming up next. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. If you just want to react, you can. If you have any questions for Andrew DiCecco, you can text those in as well, and Andrew will be sure to answer them as he's with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Victory Monday morning, presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com. We'll be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn. They have a lot to say about Philadelphia.
Salciunas, 97.5, the Fanatic on a Victory Monday morning. And we are joined by our man Andrew DiCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Get your texts and calls in for him. Or if you just want to straight up celebrate, you can do that as well at 610-632-0975. Let's talk about the Jalen's. Let's go offense first because that's where everybody's mind typically goes to. What did you make of the performance of Jalen Hurts yesterday? Pre-snow, post-snow, pre-knee, post-knee. Your thoughts on the quarterback?
Well, early on in the game, I mean, that 44-yard run, John said it, that it electrified Lincoln Financial Field. You can almost feel the press box shaking. The passing game in itself, I thought it left something to be desired. I didn't think it was as crisp as it should have been, but I did think that Kellen Moore, and you and I talked a lot about this on the pregame show, Andrew, he did a nice job of getting the ball out of his hands early. A couple of nice completions to get him into the flow of the game. It still lacked for rhythm. Now, he did throw a couple of deep passes that I thought were good. The one to A.J. Brown, he has to catch that one. He has to catch that one.
And A.J. blames the elements for it.
Yeah, I mean, Puka Nacua caught his.
And what were the elements at that point? There weren't really.
It wasn't as bad.
And that one, it was. You were there. It wasn't nearly as bad. And then there was that deep shot that he had to Devontae that Devontae got cracked over the middle by the cornerback.
There was a personal foul on the play,
which I don't think was deserved.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
That was a bogus call that benefited the Eagles.
In real time, I was like, "Oh, that's a dirty
yes."
hit. And then I look at the TV.
He led with the shoulder.
And then I look at the TV. I was like, "Oh, that wasn't bad."
Yeah, I was surprised at that one.
But then, post knee injury, and that just happened to coincide with the snow. I thought there were some curious calls in that, especially that play in which he took a safety. Jalen clearly couldn't move. I thought they would have been better served to get the ball into the hands of Saquon Barkley, or even a short dump off to Kenny Gainwell. Get the ball out of his hands quickly. None of this slow developing plays. I didn't think that given the situation right there, and he clearly couldn't move. He wasn't even able to throw the football away. I thought that was curious. And you wonder. I mean, you wonder if that's something that's going to be lingering, that knee issue. But I thought he made some really key plays at the end of that game to Devontae Smith, to A.J. Brown. So he delivered when he needed to, as he really has all season.
Yeah, those rollouts were there. He had his receivers every time because they're only expecting run, the Rams defense.
His mobility looked better on that. Like it's when he got away from the safety.
Yes.
After that, it seems like maybe
that's when the drugs kicked in.
And then like an observation would be that I thought that A.J. Brown was laboring in that game. He was absolutely. That was very evident to me. So I think that this week, the Eagles would probably be best served to make Dallas Goedert a focal point in your passing game. Yeah. I really think that he needs to be. He was great yesterday, caught all 4 targets, and it seems to me that him and Jalen have a connection, and the team really gets fired up when Dallas Goedert gets going. He's able to kind of impose his will on defenders, so I would expect to see a lot more of that this Sunday.
Kyren Williams, yesterday, when we did our hour together, you talked about Kyren Williams and the tendency to fumble.
You did.
And then it happened. I mean, it was like you saw that.
Big spot, too.
And the more the game got snowy, I was waiting for it. I was sitting there waiting for it to happen. Not because you said it, but it was in my head, and I'm going, there it is. There's there's that moment.
You almost had your Darius Slay pick, too. He jumped that route.
I know.
You're the first person I thought if he jumped that route, I thought he had it. Now, speaking of the Kyren Williams fumble, obviously big punch out by Jalen Carter. So we're talking about the Jalen's in this segment. Look, we've been speaking glowingly of him all show. We've been speaking glowingly of him all season. But let's talk about Jalen Carter's performance yesterday.
Jalen Carter saved the Eagles' season on that final drive.
Oh, yeah.
And really, he has been the spark plug for that entire defense, that driving force all season long. Being disruptive, handling double teams, really just being disruptive every single play almost. And I think that you saw that really manifest itself in making plays behind the line of scrimmage, getting in the face of Matthew Stafford, forcing him off his spot. And then in the end of that game, he made 2 back-to-back plays on that third down sack, and then he completely got in his face and disrupted Matthew Stafford and messed up the timing on that final play. I mean, I think Jalen Carter, I've said this to you guys, I believe that he's a top 3 defensive player in the NFL. He's one of the best players in the Philadelphia Eagles, probably top 2 in terms of impact.
Yeah.
I just thought that what he did yesterday really reinforced how special he is. And listen, we've heard people refer to him as a young Warren Sapp. I think he has more athleticism than Warren Sapp. And Warren
Sapp absolutely does.
Yeah, and Warren Sapp's a player that I think very highly of. But I think Jalen Carter is a special player, and the Eagles' season is continuing on because of his performance.
Secondary yesterday. Did the Rams secondary outplay the Eagles secondary?
No, I don't think so. I think Slay had a really good game. I
think Slay was fantastic.
And I thought Isaiah Rodgers, there was a deep pass early in the game to Demarcus Robinson that I thought he was in good position for. He probably should have picked it off. Then there's another play where he tried to get his hand in on the Cooper Kupp 30-yard completion in the second half.
Yeah.
But he picks up the fumble. And I think for a player to come in, and he's been able to come in at a moment's notice. Slay's exited games all the time this season. To step in for Quinyon Mitchell in that moment in a game that was going to help the Eagles punch their ticket to the NFC title game, I thought Isaiah Rodgers did a tremendous job. I thought that he gutted it out late in that game. He was playing through pain, and you really can't ask for much more. Darius Slay said it best. We wouldn't even be here without guys like Isaiah Rodgers, who would be a starter on 31 other teams. He's going to be a starter next season for somebody, and I think that he's put a lot of good things on tape, perhaps none more so than what we saw yesterday in the snow.
All right, let's sneak a call in here. Let's go to Brian in the Northeast. Wants to talk about the game yesterday. What up, Brian?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, man.
Hey, look, I'm just frustrated at that last drive when the D-line was gassed. Why didn't we take a timeout? I mean, there wasn't much time left, so you weren't going to get the ball back with anything worthy to get a drive going.
You then give Sean McVay a timeout to come up with a play, and obviously the offense has the advantage in the weather like that yesterday. So you're giving him 30 seconds to figure out the best play for the Rams offensively. You don't want to risk that.
You want him as uncomfortable as possible.
He was gassed. They were getting no push-up field on him.
Well, defense usually never will call the timeout. Like that's usually not what the defense wants to do.
And you did get a break because there was that time, the penalty by the Rams, which allowed the Eagles to sub some guys in. I get what you're saying, Brian, but
just before the last drive, the last pass, yeah.
Yeah, but you can't give Sean McVay, who's an offensive mastermind. And thanks for the call, brother. We appreciate it. You can't give him extra time to draw up a play, talk to. I mean, think about it. The Philly, right? Philly special. They're in a timeout.
That's one of the last coaches that you want to give an extra time to conjure a play up, especially in that moment.
I get what he's saying because the defensive line was gassed, but still, you just
with those wide receivers, absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely not. All right.
Yeah, you go on.
Well, we got to hit a little timeout here.
Yeah,
so I do have a question for you coming up next, Andrew. And if you have any questions on the text line, phone line, you can text them in, call them in 610-632-0975. But what can you take away from a game like last night? Because the conditions were crazy. So it's not what we're going to see Sunday. John's mentioned it a few times. The weather report for Sunday, beautiful. You're going to feel like you're in an island somewhere. It's going to be 40 degrees and sunny compared to what we just dealt with yesterday. But what can you take away from an X&O standpoint and maybe from a team culture and mentality standpoint? We'll break that down with Mr. DiCecco coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles outlast the Rams. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have punched their ticket to the NFC Championship game with a 28-22 victory over the Los Angeles Rams yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. Got a little squirrely at the end there, but Saquon Barkley did enough to help the Eagles. He rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snowy conditions. Nick Sirianni talked about the luxury that Barkley is to have.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
The Eagles defense got the job done as well. They had their moments, and they forced 2 crucial second-half turnovers to help the Eagles to victory. Now it's a home NFC Championship game against the Washington Commanders this Sunday, 3 p.m. an NFC showdown for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. There are a couple injury concerns to keep an eye on. Jalen Hurts dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell, a shoulder. We'll keep you updated on that as the week continues. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. It's an off night in Philly sports tonight. This update's brought to you by Audible. And if you're stuck in traffic, why not tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals? Hear expert insight on health, relationships, finance, and more. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
6:25 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, and we are joined by our man Andrew DiCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour, who, like John Kincade, was in the building last night for what was a memorable game, a victory for the Eagles that puts them in the NFC Championship game, in which they will host the Washington Commanders.
That's incredible that they're hosting.
Later on this hour, we'll start turning the page a little bit because we don't want to lose the chance to talk Eagles Commanders with Andrew while he's here. But I teased a question going into the break, and before we get to our texts and calls, I want you to touch on this. What do you gain from yesterday? What do you learn from yesterday? Because that snowy weather game is the conditions this Sunday are completely different. So all game plans are different. A lot of the things. You could put a lot of the stuff you did yesterday completely out the window because they prepared, obviously, for that storm to happen. But what do you learn from a game like yesterday, X and O-wise and also team-wise?
All you can do is basically see how you handle the elements. There were no excuses, and I thought that the defense rose to the occasion when the offense did their part. Saquon Barkley delivered a counterpunch to what the Rams were doing. Mm-hmm. Then you had the defense, which was pretty much their driving force all season. That was the unit that had acted as the savior, sort of helping the Eagles win games when the offense struggled to get it going, and they needed every single player to make it happen. And I thought, when you see a player like Isaiah Rodgers, who's a reserve, linebacker Oren Burks, a reserve, he made multiple good plays in that game.
He had a good game yesterday.
He absolutely did some good things, enough so that you didn't even see Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out there on defense. He made a nice tackle on a screen pass. He had a deflection on a third down. Isaiah Rodgers picks up a fumble. He goes 40 yards with that. That's a collective team effort and a defense that believes in each other, and they fight for each other, and they do whatever it takes to win. They gutted it out. Jalen Carter was a dominant force. And really, to kind of boil it all down, I think that you saw a team that was all swimming in the same direction, that made every play that they needed to make sure they got that win. Didn't look pretty, so sometimes I think you have to throw the X's and O's out when you look at a game like this. But I thought that was a tremendous team win.
What did the Rams do that surprised you?
They were much more effective throwing the football. They were much more effective throwing the football than I expected them to be. And they went right after. I mean, they went right after that secondary. Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, they had better outings than they did in the first meeting. And I thought that their aggressiveness, John, to answer your question, despite the conditions, I thought was something that really jumped out to me. Matthew Stafford had a really good game. He lost the game, but he had a good game. He threw for over 300 yards, and he put his team in position, despite the snow globe-like conditions out there, to win that game. But the Eagles were better.
Well, it was amazing. He throws for 324 yesterday, but 135 yards of it was the last two drives. Yeah. They didn't run the ball. They ran the ball once, and it was minus 2 yards. So 135 of Matthew Stafford's passing yards happened on the final two drives. The second to last, of course, the 12-play, 70-yard touchdown. And then the Eagles go 3 and out the next drive. Yeah. You're like, uh-oh. And they're going downfield with ease.
Oh, yeah. And
with ease.
The defense is at a distinct disadvantage because the offense knows exactly where they're going. And like we talked about, when you're losing your footing, you're going backwards, that's a big problem. And I talked to some players that they had to switch to 7-stud cleats at halftime. Others, like Oren Burks, who played in Green Bay, he played in those kind of conditions. He goes, no, I wasn't even fooling with that. Yeah. He said, I had him the whole time. Then Keely Ringo, he had his footwear. He said, no, I used the same throughout the game, but I'm not going to lie to you, I was slipping. Landon Dickerson said he was slipping often in that game. So it was kind of interesting to hear how some players handled those conditions.
My old partner, who was a championship quarterback, said to me, he totally disagreed. He saw something I said on social media.
I won a championship in Madden once.
You did? Okay. It was Temple.
You're a winner. You're a winner.
You're 2 champions.
And
I'm not surprised. You're a winner.
And he brought up the idea. He said, I think you're completely wrong that a bad weather game benefits the Eagles. He said, because the Eagles have the best defense in football. He thinks it neutralized the Eagles. He said, I think the worse the weather is, it neutralizes the better defense. He said, the offense knows where they're going. Mm-hmm. The defense is reacting. So he was like, you're incorrect with that.
I'll tell you
I agree with him. Absolutely.
Yeah. If that's the Eagles' defense being neutralized,
yeah, they were
that's
still
a pretty darn good day.
Still pretty damn dominant.
Yeah, but it took a Jalen Carter effort.
Yes, it took a miracle.
To stop. Otherwise, that game's over. They likely punch it in for a win. I think the Eagles' defense did exactly what they had to do. But to John's point, the weather as it got really bad towards the end of it, it did its part to sort of neutralize it and give the Rams a little bit of a boost.
What'd you make of the O-line yesterday? Obviously, when you run for 205 yards, they get a good grade for the protection on the run. But what'd you make of their overall performance?
I thought they did fine. I mean, I just mentioned Landon Dickerson was slipping a lot. You saw the footing really become a factor, but there were also times where I thought that Jalen Hurts held on to the ball especially long.
Yeah.
In those situations, you have to have the presence of mind to get rid of the football.
That sack at the end of the first half was bad.
That was bad. Yeah, that was bad. Mekhi Becton, he got around Lane and Mekhi Becton on that.
How about the injury for the injury for Jalen? I mean, that's one you don't see all the time, coming right up the center too.
Exactly. So I think a lot of it, you hate to say this, but it's probably a byproduct of the weather. But then there were other times that Jalen, knowing the conditions, knowing what your offensive line is up against, you have to have that clock in your head and you have to get rid of the football. And it's not due to weather. He's kind of had that. That's been problematic throughout the season for him.
All right, let's check the text line. We'll get a call in here as well. You can text or call 610-632-0975. Same number for both, so either text in or call in. And again, we appreciate everybody who is a part of this show, either texting in, calling in, tweeting in, or watching on YouTube. We appreciate you guys any way you can listen to the show. What do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, so Timmy from Audubon has a question. He's worried that there's a game plan for Jalen Hurts. Rush him up the middle, and he'll go down. He's an anomaly at quarterback who can run north and south, but isn't as mobile in the pocket. How worried are you guys about the way that Hurts has been playing so far this postseason?
Well, the mobility obviously took a bit of a hit yesterday with the
Certainly.
knee. But early on, that touchdown run, he didn't look immobile at that moment.
No, I mean,
that was an explosive run.
I was holding my breath after watching the injury. The Kellen Moore calling a pass play, but the and some of the other great decisions of the day. But later in the game, I thought the mobility looked like he was much more comfortable. Now, whether that was just the pills.
Could be.
Or a shot. I don't know.
He'll be sorted out.
He was in that tent for a long time.
He was.
So I wonder,
they wrapped him up.
Well, they also
got
said,
a brace.
Well, the brace, but it's also the brace. I was told can be put on in 30 seconds. So I was like, because I suspected the same thing.
They were gingerly putting on the brace.
They said there's a 30-second. That brace goes on and off like
Maybe
that.
they couldn't get his belt undone or something.
Maybe he had leg warmers on or something. It was cold out.
I'm thinking maybe the needle was in there. That's where the needle got delivered.
Now, here's the thing. So that texter says, are you concerned about his performance so far in the playoffs? And we've talked about this a couple times today. What about the performance of Patrick Mahomes? What about the performance
What
of
did Josh Allen do yesterday? He
Like,
threw for 127. I mean, they're playing winning football. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
They do what it takes to win. And there was a couple of plays late in that game that we talked about, the pass to A.J. Brown, the pass to Devontae Smith that he made, and that 44-yard touchdown run. I mean, those are all key plays that attributed to the Eagles winning that game. So I don't know how you can find any sort of negative to pick apart with Jalen Hurts in that game. Does he have to be better? Yes. Will he have to score more points? Will we have to put more on his shoulders against the Commanders? Yeah, because Jaden Daniels in that offense will come in there with sort of nothing to lose.
Do you have a number in it? And we'll have plenty of all week to get into the Commanders. Do you have a number in your head though that sends them to New Orleans? Points.
30.
Okay, so you're saying it's a 3.
I think they're going to have to score 30 against Jay. We talk about the conditions for next week. What it looks like right now.
Perfect.
It looks almost like perfect conditions.
There's by the way, it is too. See, my buddy Rob sends along a nice meteorologist. Something he said there is nothing that is going to pop up as far as a major storm or anything like that. So there is a big window of good weather.
There was snow in the forecast yesterday for like a week.
Yes.
We just didn't know it was going to come down the way that it did.
Right.
Let's go to Alan in Upper Darby. Alan, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Al.
Hey, I'm here.
Hey,
I just want to say, I'm really enjoying the celebration and the win.
Big win, man.
I just want to say this, man. We got a tough road ahead of us, and we got to prepare to slay the bigger beast in the room. You know what I mean? So, if we prepare for that big red dragon, which is Kansas City, we're going to definitely be Washington. Right now.
You're going a step ahead. I thought you were going to say the big red beast of the Commanders.
I know that I am. I know that, but we got to prepare for that big beast, man.
I love
beast in the room.
I love the Delco energy coming from you today, and I appreciate it big time.
I just got to say one more thing. Can I say one more thing?
Go for it.
I want to see different circulations, man. I'm serious. I want to see it go to, like, say, the first couple plays, get hit on Devontae or hit Dotson. How about this? It goes Dotson, Devontae. And then you start to let out the bigger beast that we possess. You know what I mean? And
here's the deal, Alan. I just want them to get off to a quick start.
Dotson.
I just want them to get off to a quick start.
I don't want to hear
Maybe he just throws to the open player, and you're really good players like AJ and Devontae. Dotson's fine, but I don't think you're going to craft a game plan.
No, I ripped Kellen Moore earlier this year when one of their first plays was to Britton Covey. We had a Will Shipley early on. We had a
that was the right decision.
Ben Van Sumeren.
Well, that was also the right decision.
Come on, man.
Of course it was.
You can't go a play action pass to Ben Van Sumeren.
But it was
on your opening drive.
No, it wasn't on the opening drive. It was late in the first quarter.
Where's
I chart these things.
The first quarters that have gone so smoothly
Will
for the
Shipley
Eagles
was the
this
second
year.
play, and that was the right decision.
I've got something on that for you, though. On that first quarter. The first quarter thing, we put it to bed.
Yes, no, you're spot on. All right, coming up next, we'll get some more texts and calls and more questions for Andrew DiCecco. Also, if you haven't heard it yet, Andrew has not been in for it yet. The great victory montage that our man Brendan Gunn has put together. You'll hear that again coming your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas on a celebratory Victory Monday. Birds are going to the NFC Championship, guys. Unbelievable. We'll talk about it more here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update.
2 on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Real quick, before we get to our montage that Brendan Gunn put together, we're going to play some audio for you momentarily. Ian Rappaport giving a little update on Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Hurts. You'll hear that in a second. But I just saw a tweet from Trey Wingo. I like Trey. Used to work all over the place on ESPN. He was sent a graphic from a buddy of his. The matchup, Texans-Chiefs, Commanders-Lions, Rams-Eagles, Ravens-Bills. The Texans had the most total yards in their game and lost. The Lions had the most total yards in their game.
Was that like 500, wasn't it?
And lost. The Ravens had more total yards than the Bills and lost. The Rams had more total yards in their game and lost.
Ding, ding, ding.
He puts out the tweet, yards are nice, but playing smart situational football and avoiding turnovers are better.
I agree. I was just about to say that. It comes down to situational football.
Seriously.
That's it.
Like, it's great that you can go down 85 yards, but if you don't get 6, your odds are you're going to lose in the playoffs. That's why the Commanders, good for them. I know we haven't really talked much about that game.
Yeah, we have all week to do the Commanders.
But going back to the Lions game, like fourth down, they kept going. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. They didn't care. If it was fourth down and short, fourth down and manageable, they went
I
for
don't think that they will play the same strategy this week, though.
You don't think the Commanders will be as risky?
I think that they took the Doug Peterson game plan, the balls to the wall, got to go for it because they were playing Detroit in Detroit.
That's interesting because my opinion might change, but I think that this is a team that they have a lot of confidence. They're almost playing with house money. I think they're going to go in there and try and pull out all the stops because they don't realize that they probably shouldn't even be in this game. It was always supposed to be Detroit and Philadelphia. So I think they're going to go in there with nothing to lose and try to leave no stone unturned.
All right, Andrew, you were in the building with John yesterday, so you didn't get a chance to listen to the broadcast on NBC. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play the montage, but after the montage, we have a little update on both Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Hurts that we will give you. So stick around here because we're going to play the montage, then we'll give you that update. But here's how it sounded yesterday. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, courtesy of NBC.
And they'll decide which one on an overcast Sunday in South Philadelphia with snow on the way and a sellout crowd of nearly 70,000 at Lincoln Financial Field, welcoming their NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Hurts this time pulls it and keeps it and takes off for the first down. We're a tackle and Hurts on the right. He might go. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Philadelphia. 44 for the opening score. 3rd and 3. Stafford trying to step into the arms of Jalen Carter, who's ready to throw him down. Couldn't do that, but he got the sack, and it's 3 and out for the Rams. 3rd and 4. They'll run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes. Barkley going to ring the bell again. Touchdown, Philadelphia. It's another home run from Barkley, 62 yards. Stafford moving out to the left, stops, looks in trouble, and he'll go down. The sack back to the 18. Jalix Hunt, the rookie out of Houston Christian, has come on for this team, will force a field goal attempt to take the lead. Elliott leaking to the right, but he squeezes it in and gives the Eagles the lead. Aaron Williams lost the football. It's loose. The Eagles have it. It's into the hands of Isaiah Rodgers. Down the sideline, Rodgers. First and goal, Philly at the 10. Here they come. Picked up for the moment. Stafford trying to get rid of it. Lost the football. The Eagles have it. Off the edge. The pressure caused by Nolan Smith. And Zach Vaughn completes an outstanding drive with the recovery. Formation. To the each side. Hurts throws on time. It's caught by A.J. Brown for the first down. Snow excellence on that one.
Well, communication is important, and the fundamentals are important, and just being in attack mode. But I think those are all things that generally you should be focused on, anyways, regardless of the conditions.
Good hold again. Elliott, big kick in the snow for the second straight time. Braden Mann, Jake Elliott, Rick Lovato, the snapper. Man is fired up, and man, he should be. Stafford in the 30, he's back, he's in trouble. He's brought down and sacked by Maro Ojomo. 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear through the snow all the way home. He's
knew exactly what was about to happen. Just the run we had on, how they had been playing the run, and then the man you're handing the ball off to. You know that there's an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it, and he took advantage of it. And it's a big-time play we needed.
Nakua to the top, 3rd and 2. Stafford in trouble, he's sacked! Brought down by Jalen Carter!
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen.
It's down to this play. They've got to get 11 yards on 4th and 11 at the 22. Down to 35 seconds left. Higbee in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
It takes everybody and every single buddy in that room, and we're excited to move on. But all that did was make us hungry to keep going.
And the Philadelphia Eagles are back home next Sunday. The Commanders in an I-95 showdown to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Wow. We hear survive and advance. That was definitely survive.
All right, did he paint the picture well enough for you, Andrew DiCecco? You were in the building yesterday, obviously you don't get to hear the broadcast. I thought Tirico and Collinsworth were tremendous yesterday.
Tirico and Collinsworth are absolutely great. Awesome job by B. Gunn putting that together. That was very well done. The only difference I might have made was I would have played Burning Heart by Survivor, that Rocky IV montage in the snow, but awesome job.
There have been some music critics on the text line, apparently.
You guys in the Rocky stuff.
Come on, man.
Burning Heart, Survivor is a classic.
Wait, he solved the Cold War, dude. He saved the United States of America.
That was the best Rocky. Rocky IV.
No, you need your mind.
I won't even take rebuttals.
No, that was
that's
football right over
They
there.
could have stopped
saying
after
that.
the first one.
All right, coming up next, the update. Ian Rappaport provided an update on both Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Hurts. You will hear those coming up next. We are awaiting to hear just how banged up those two guys are. It is Kincade and Salciunas, Andrew DiCecco for another segment here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Saquon shows out. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles are heading to the NFC Championship game. Well, really, they're not heading anywhere because it's a home NFC Championship game after they took down the Rams 28-22. It was a Saquon Barkley show-off yesterday. 205 yards on the ground. 2 long touchdowns in the snowy conditions. Nick Sirianni talked about the luxury it is to have number 26.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
It wasn't just Saquon, though. The defense got the job done when it counted most. 2 second-half turnovers helped carry the Birds to victory. Now it's home NFC Championship game time for the Birds against those Commanders Sunday, 3 p.m. in NFC East showdown. A couple of injury concerns to keep an eye on this week. Jalen Hurts is dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell, a shoulder. The reports are they have both avoided serious injury, but we'll keep you updated on that. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. It's an off night in Philly sports. This update's brought to you by Superior Fence and Rail with over a 94% satisfaction rating. Superior Fence and Rail is the best fencing companies in the Northeast. If you're on a fence about a fence, SuperiorFenceandRail.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter where.
Fanatic with our man Andrew DiCecco. I just saw Ray Dunn in the building. He's all fired up. He was at Xfinity Live for the entire game yesterday. Had a blast. Everybody was happy. Everybody was in a good mood. Everybody was ready to go.
Got a little nervous at the end because Ray and I stayed for the game after pregame show, and there were some definitely nervous people inside Xfinity.
I'll be honest. I was nervous. I remember last week I got crushed for putting out the tweet that the game was over at halftime. I wasn't tweeting anything like that yesterday.
Well, I did it for you guys yesterday from the Fanatic Twitter account, and it was fun interacting with everybody. As soon as the touchdown went, I said, "Good night, Rams." Because, again, I was like, look, unless something stupid happens, and I don't believe in jinxes. So there it is. And then, of course, something stupid happens because Jake can't make extra points.
Yeah.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
It's been a problem a lot this year.
It's a problem.
But he made big field goals yesterday. Give him his credit on the field goals.
He did do field goals. He did 2 field goals that he should hit. Whether it was those conditions or not, he should hit those field goals. The long one, the 40-something in those conditions was impressive.
That was very impressive.
That was a very impressive one. But it was like a line drive, too. And it was tailing. I mean, it was close.
No, it was.
It was tailing. And it wasn't the wind that was pushing it.
No.
It was – the winds were not – the winds was – it was weird. The snow's going in 20 different directions, but the tags on the goalposts were not wild.
No.
They weren't spooling around or anything.
Mm-mm.
It was crazy.
Snowy conditions, man. Scary. All right, let's give you some updates. So Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network this morning was speaking about Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Hurts. Let's start with the rookie corner who exited the game with the shoulder injury and never came back. And we are still kind of surprised as to the decision or why he didn't come back in. But here's Rappaport giving an update on Quinyanamo Bay. Not yet. We're having some technical
There was another
difficulties.
significant injury for the Philadelphia Eagles. Quinyon Mitchell, a really good rookie corner, was ruled out of yesterday's game with a shoulder injury, much less high profile. Very, very good player for the Eagles. There's some good news after the game. He told reporters he believes it is a minor injury and that he will be out there. Colleague Mike Garafolo backing that up last night, saying it is not believed that he suffered something serious. We will see how the week goes and what his participation in practice is like, but at least some optimism after a couple scary injuries.
Those reporters he told was Andrew DiCecco.
Exactly.
I was just about to show John my phone.
Andrew DiCecco had this. There's a lot of bogarting of other people's reporting that goes on in this business.
Damn right.
There is a ton of bogarting that goes on, and I find it annoying because that is something you were reporting on.
Yeah, me and there was another one of my colleagues that reported it as well. So, I mean, we were there.
Damn right you were.
But all right.
Positive news, though. And then here he is talking about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, no doubt. Everyone holding their collective breaths. Jalen Hurts goes in the blue medical tent after a really awkward tackle, awkward sack, actually. Knee kind of bends inward, goes the wrong way. Jalen Hurts hobbles off the field, and you wonder what is going to be the future of the Eagles quarterback. Of course, Jalen Hurts did come back. He always comes back. It seems whatever he's dealing with, especially lower body-wise, he's able to somehow hobble his way out on the field. I would expect that to be the case this week. There's going to be a lot of discussion about his knee. Is he going to be limited in practice? Jalen Hurts answered that after the game, saying basically we'll see how the week goes, which generally is an indication that, I may end up being limited. He said he is confident that he will be able to be out of the field, noting to reporters after the game that he was able to finish. Jalen Hurts hates nothing more than talking about his injuries, so I'm expecting a somewhat awkward, tense week, but I do expect him to play next week.
What do we learn from that?
More opinionated there.
That is a whole bunch of gobbledygook that isn't substantiated.
More opinionated than
that's not reporting.
No, that's just reiterating what Jalen said at the podium.
Right, that's not reporting.
Yeah.
I'm saving that, and I will save that for my class.
Well,
I like to show things to my class. Look at that.
Yeah, and then the class will ask, how much is he getting paid?
No, but it's just that's
handsomely.
No. You know what I will do? I'll put for them Adam Schefter. I'll put Adam Schefter's reporting, where Adam Schefter is getting it firsthand from somebody. That's stuff you could have listened to. You could have listened to them on the podium or read Andrew DiCecco's Twitter feed.
Damn right.
And come up with that same thing.
There you go.
Well, good news is we get to speak to Adam Schefter coming up on
We will.
Wednesday.
I like that.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So, Andrew, you've been with us for over an hour now, and we got a couple more minutes left to talk about the Birds, but let's turn the page a little bit. I know you're going to do your midweek report with us on Wednesday, and then obviously your hour on Friday, which we always love.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
But the Commanders upset the Lions on Sunday. Unbelievable. They go into Detroit and really beat them up offensively, and obviously they gave up some points of their own, but the offense was incredible. Jaden Daniels had a very, very, very good game for the Commanders. So early thoughts on this upcoming NFC Championship game between the Eagles and Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field.
Yeah, John and I actually spoke about this on Birds Extra. John feels great about it. I think that this is probably the best draw the Eagles could have hoped for, to host an NFC title game against the Commanders, who are probably the weakest team in the field when you looked at all the teams when the postseason began. That being said, a team coming into Lincoln Financial Field that has nothing to lose and they're playing with a lot of confidence, the Eagles, they're not going to take them lightly. They face them now. This will be their third time, but they're going to have to pull out all the stops and make sure that they're detailed, because they're going to have to put up a lot of points. I mentioned 30 points. Jaden Daniels is an electric rookie quarterback that he's not afraid of the moment. So I would expect him to be able to produce a ton of offense. So the Eagles are going to have to step up and be ready for that.
Here's one that I will just say is just in a little contrary thought. I've been told by a million athletes over and over again, more than anything, sports talk radio hosts and media members say they got nothing to lose. When a player is in the NFC Championship game, they feel like they got it all to lose because they smell the Super Bowl. They smell a ring. They smell that. I think it's going to proceed to a team that is the inexperienced team being a little more, oh, my God, look what we have sitting right in front of us.
Right.
I'd give the Eagles a bit of an advantage there as far as that's concerned. This Washington team, though, Saturday
remarkable
night, that was great theater.
Yeah.
And a great game plan.
And a great coach. Yeah, exactly. Great coaching by Dan Quinn, who I thought made some really gutsy calls, and Cliff Kingsbury, creative play calling and pulling out all the stops to make sure that they were able to upend the Lions at home. That's a tough place to play.
And they were aggressive. Fourth downs, they kept going
They had
forward.
like 4 of them, I think.
Yeah, and look, you're on the road. You need to score touchdowns, and they were doing that. I mean, it was an amazing game. But look, the Eagles' defense is not gassed like the Lions' defense.
Not at all.
I know the Commanders.
Well, they're not all the injured. They're not
right,
down
and that's what I'm saying. Like the Commanders, they deserve all the credit in the world for what they did offensively against the Lions in Detroit in a hostile environment like that. But I mean, they were down how many starters going into that game? Whereas the Eagles are healthy, and that quote-unquote report from Ian Rappaport, Quinyon Mitchell is going to be good to go next week.
And by the way, they suffered an injury on their offensive line. Their guard, Sam Cosme, and Jalen Carter handled them.
Not Mike from Cosme's, the great sandwich shop.
Is there any doubt, though, that do you look at it and say the Eagles would have gone into Detroit and won based on what you saw Saturday night? Because I look at that and say the Eagles would have beaten that team.
They would have had to have scored a heck of a lot more points.
There's no question. But I don't think they would have had the points. Detroit would have had as many points. That Washington defense is not stout.
Here's all I'll say,
not.
John.
You're going to face the third best defense you've faced in the NFC title game. You've already won 2 games against better defenses than you're going to face. But that offense, it is special.
I'll just say this, John, and Andrew, I would like you to answer that question as well. But yesterday, when I first saw you at Xfinity Live, one of the first things I said to you was, they win today, they're going to New Orleans. Because of the Commanders in the NFC Championship game. I would have said hello to you first if the Lions were in the NFC Championship game. That's just kind of my opinion.
Okay,
on that.
yeah.
I was absolutely insane, and I said it all last week. I said, I'm not going to be, but the Commanders appear on paper to be less than the Packers and less than the Rams. But somehow I look at them and say they're more.
Oh, the quarterback.
Because, no, I think they're playing better. And they're playing better than the Eagles are right now.
Absolutely. They're catching lightning in a bottle right now. They're going to come into the link with a lot of juice, a lot of confidence.
Doesn't mean they're going to win.
No.
Right. I'm not going to be all chesty this week.
No, but the
Eagles
defense, the Commanders are going to reach a buzzsaw in the Philadelphia Eagles defense. They know how close they were. That was not lost on them, that they were able to kind of gut it out and make a play to win that game. And I think they're going to go out there on Sunday to prove once again that that's what they've all said. They say we are the number 1 defense, and when it mattered,
5 turnovers.
We came through. That's what Senior Gardner Johnson said. We were the number 1 defense, and when it mattered, we came through.
By the way, when did this defense start with all the turnovers? It's like they flicked the switch.
I think Blankenship had like that diving interception, then all of a sudden,
but we're talking about multiples every week.
Yeah,
I know.
3, 4. It's unbelievable.
Fumbles, interceptions.
They say turnovers come in bunches.
And they are getting a lot of those. Listen, Andrew, thank you for coming in. As always, we appreciate
guys.
it. Hope you had a nice
Good
stay.
to see you.
Nice stay down the street.
Yeah, it was nice. Slept 5 hours.
I was on Dylan's couch.
That's beautiful. We haven't heard you mention
I
it.
have to get him an air freshener. No, I might have to get him an air freshener.
Oh, is that right? Is it that bad in there?
Well,
Andrew, listen, brother, we appreciate it. Coming up next, Johnny, we're going to look at the other side of the bracket a little bit because the AFC Championship game is set. So that means the Eagles are 1 win away from facing one of the 2 teams in the AFC.
And the Eagles are the Super Bowl favorites to win it this morning.
And my God, what a heartbreaker for one of those teams. We'll discuss it coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning for the Birds here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We'll get to our text line and calls coming up in a little bit. It's been a lot of fun today, and we really appreciate all of you who have been texting in and calling in. The mentality of the Eagles fans, much better. The energy,
I feel
much better
so
this
much
week.
better with this fan base this week.
Last week was weird, man.
I think people were – I hate the whole scared thing. It's scared to be – this is a happy time. This is so much happiness.
Yeah, it's a playoff win again, and yesterday was an iconic win in the snow.
You're going to remember that my buddy Joe, 60 years old, mentioned that he said a lifelong memory sort of box checked.
Yeah.
A snow game, Saquon going nuts with the Eagles with a chance to go to the Super Bowl
That is absolutely
on Sunday.
memorable,
It's
man.
unbelievable.
All right, so there were other games, obviously, that happened this weekend, setting up championship weekend. We know we talked a little bit about the Commanders game last segment with our man Andrew DiCecco. So the Eagles hosting the Commanders. Look, Jaden Daniels had a very good game. 22 of 31, 299, 2 touchdowns.
He was absurd.
But how about Jared Goff, man? 3 picks. And we've talked about this a lot. If you're expecting, let's say it's Hurts versus Goff, because that's kind of what we all thought it would be.
No, I thought it would be.
We all penciled that in. Eagles-Lions NFC Championship game. Which quarterback is more likely to make the mistake? So just move it up around. It was Daniels versus Goff. Which quarterback made more mistakes? And they were bad. They were bad interceptions, man.
How about this one for you? 2 numbers. I told you before, Jared Goff has as many interceptions in 48 minutes of one game as Jalen Hurts has thrown all season.
It's amazing.
But on Saturday night, in just 32 minutes of action, he's thrown 3 times as many interceptions in 32 minutes that Jalen Hurts has thrown since the bye week. I mean, the people who continue to discount it make no sense to me.
And that's why we keep on preaching efficiency. Yeah, he's not dropping back 35 to 40 times trying to throw for 300 yards. People are going to point out Matt Stafford's yardage yesterday. That's great and all. But Jalen Hurts is
Did Matt
efficient.
Stafford protect the football when he was under duress?
No, he lost. He lost.
No, he
that
coughed
game
it up.
too.
And he coughed it up.
Yeah.
It's like, and why did Matt Stafford pad his passing stats? Because he was losing. Because he was down 2 touchdowns, and the Eagles, for some reason, decided to bring the ghost of Jim Schwartz to the field yesterday. I don't know. I'll tell you this. Have we, honestly, this year maybe twice, ever had anything critical to say about a decision Vic Fangio made?
No.
I mean, we love you, Vic, and you've been fantastic. That strategy cost you the Falcons game, cost you the Commanders game, and to me, they did it again.
Yeah.
They did the soft
You
ass.
let the Rams come right back into that game.
I don't understand. You're up 2 scores. Why are you playing so damn soft? You've been playing great all day.
Yeah, this one I'm going to treat a little bit differently than those other 2 games just because of the elements.
Conditions were a big part of it.
Because what you don't want to do, like I talked about on the pregame show, the Rams are middle of the pack as far as like explosive plays in the NFL. And what you didn't want to do is have like a guy slip down, play and press, and the next thing you know, bomb touchdown, and the momentum completely shifts back.
The momentum still shifted once they got in the end zone.
The only thing I would argue that with, and I think you make, Connor, I think you make the exact point that Vic Fangio would make, is that that's not how they played the whole time, and they were in the same elements.
Yeah, the whole game.
That's not how they played. They played a much more where they were harassing them.
I think everyone...
They weren't giving them buffers like that.
John, I think everyone in that building, including the coordinators, the second Saquon scored, everyone said, all right, we won. Let's play soft here.
And
don't give up the big play.
I get you make a very valid point, Connor, as far as what the explanation would end up being. But it was dumb. Because all day long they played a different style, and they played it really well.
Now, 2 things. One, the elements got worse as the game went on, so it could have been like slightly different. But my only argument, it's not that, Vic Fangio did the right thing, the defense played the right way. Like, I agree with your initial point. It's just not the same as those other 2 games you mentioned because of the elemental factor of it. It's still something you can't do there.
All right. By the way, back to the other games.
Oh, my gosh.
So, one more note on the Lions Commanders. What are you doing if you're Ben Johnson? I get it. Ben Johnson's going to be a head coach in like 5 minutes, right? I'm sure we'll get a tweet from Shefty.
You think it's going to be this week? Because he's up for like 3 or 4 jobs.
Yeah, I know. It might take some time, but he'll get a job soon. You're down a touchdown. What are you doing having Jamison Williams throw a pass?
You're trying to be
smartest man in the room.
Smartest man in the room. Ego, Ego took over.
You're down a score, and you're having Jameson Williams throw a pass.
You're not Sean McVay yet.
Meanwhile, that drive, that was the third play of the drive. You had a 5-yard run and a 22-yard pass. So you're moving down the field. And the Commanders, it's not like the Commanders were stopping them.
No.
And you have Jameson Williams throw a pass. I thought that was so stupid.
It was, to me, it was just too desperate.
Yeah.
It seemed desperate.
Yeah, the NFC North is never beating the fraud allegations. The only team in the NFC North that's won a football game this calendar year is the Chicago Bears.
By the way, are you guys hungry?
Yes.
Your breakfast never came.
No, that's fine. The weather's tough today. We'll get it tomorrow.
Okay. The Chiefs beat the Texans, on Saturday, 23-14. So Mr. Gunn with the whole Chiefs are not winning a playoff game this year.
How about this? Is that he made the bet with me?
Yeah, I don't know where you're glomming on to this.
Here's what I'll do is he made the bet with me.
It was with John.
He did on this. So what I will do is
free breakfast.
I will let Gunner buy my breakfast, and then I will make sure that everybody else gets breakfast.
I'm not getting breakfast. I'm good.
No, you are. You're getting breakfast.
I didn't make a bet.
You are getting breakfast. We're celebrating this week. We're going to celebrate all freaking week. But Gunner is going to get off his wallet and buy mine.
So the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, again, what else is new?
They're just unbelievable.
They're a machine.
They're unbelievable.
They are playing the Bills. That game was incredible to watch yesterday. It was nice that the Eagles won, and we got to just sit back and watch football, which was a lot of fun. I did a lot of the shoveling beforehand, even though it just kept coming down. But the Bills win 27-25. If you're Mark Andrews today, must be a rough morning.
Well, the drop in the middle of the field was worse than the drop.
Yeah, the fumble.
Because the fumble was worse.
Yeah.
That's worse. But the pass at the end of the game for the 2-point conversion, that was not a great pass.
You got to catch that ball, though.
No. You expect him to catch that ball. Yeah. But it's not a great pass.
Dude, that ball's...
It has to be delivered to the numbers.
John, if A.J. dropped that, or if Goddard dropped that, or if Devontae Smith dropped that.
A.J. dropped one right in his bread.
Yeah, that was a bad... Mark Andrews must have a pretty rough day ahead of him, waking up this morning after a loss like that. Basically cost him the game. Obviously the 2-point conversion ties the game, and then we see what Buffalo can accomplish after that. But
sure,
even earlier in the game, that fumble, you let the Bills go up. You let the Bills go up 8 points because of your fumble in the middle of the field where nobody was around you.
And somehow Lamar will get blamed for all this.
Yeah, which he shouldn't.
If you're blaming Lamar, I think you look like a dope and sound like
you can't do that, even though his over and rushing did not hit. So I will be critical of that.
Or did Allen's for Connor.
That's right.
That's all right. Birds won.
We all went 2-2. 500, man.
They all went 2-2, which helps you.
Came out even. All right, coming up next, let's celebrate the Eagles a little bit more. We'll talk about the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles who are heading to the NFC Championship game. And you know what? Let's hear from the people, Johnny. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles advance to the NFC Championship game. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have punched their ticket to the next round. 28-22 over the Rams yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field. Saquon Barkley rushed for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in the snowy conditions. And Nick Sirianni talked after the game about how important it is to have 26 back there.
Given the conditions or not in the conditions, it don't matter. It's a luxury to have him, that's for darn sure. Love him. I can't say enough good things about him and the leadership that he brings to this football team and just everything he brings to this football team. He's special.
The Eagles defense made big plays when they needed to as well. 2 second-half turnovers in crucial spots that helped the Birds to victory. And now it's a home NFC Championship game with the Commanders knocking off the 1-seeded Lions. The game will be Sunday, 3 p.m. Yes, at the Link. No snow in the forecast, so maybe you could dress a little bit lighter. There are a couple of injury concerns. Jalen Hurts is dealing with a knee issue. Quinyon Mitchell is shoulder. Neither believed to be majorly serious, but we'll keep an eye on it throughout the week. Sixers fell to the Bucks 123-109 last night. It's an off night in Philly sports. This update's brought to you by Cordell and Cordell, a domestic litigation firm, is a partner you can count on. Call 866-323-7529 or visit cordell.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch.
9:25 here on Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit nopaybryant.com. They paid for football Mondays on the Fanatic. They've been getting Victory Mondays on the Fanatic 16 times now this year, Johnny. Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Maybe they're part of it. Maybe they're part of the
Maybe they are. All right, we've done a lot of chit-chatting, especially when we have Andrew DiCecco in for the entire hour. So let's get back to the Eagles fans, man. I want to hear how the vibe is. Obviously, it's a lot better today. We've gotten that sense over the course of the show. Last week was strange following the win against the Packers. I get it. People have high expectations. People want to see the Eagles in the Super Bowl or at least the NFC Championship game where a lot of people were at. They're now in the NFC Championship game, and I think a lot of people are celebrating that today before getting critical, before saying, like Andrew DiCecco, I think, put it out perfectly. The Eagles need to score probably around 30 points in order to win. But he's not then saying it's not going to happen because the first two games of the playoffs haven't been that great offensively. Like, he just says, hey, this is what I think needs to happen. They need to work on some things, especially in the passing offense. And let's not act like the passing offense probably wasn't hampered a little bit because of the snow yesterday.
Certainly was.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Nas in West Philly. What's up, Nas?
Hey, good morning, guys.
How you doing, brother?
What's up, buddy?
All right, just a couple of things. First of all, I'm happy with the win because I know if we was in Detroit or Baltimore, they would be happy with a 1-point win over the alternative this morning.
Yeah.
So
you know what? That is so simplistic, and I love it.
Yeah, could you imagine being a Lions fan today when everything they were destined to be in the NFC Championship game, and they lost?
Yep. That's it. Just a couple things that concern me, guys. Like, I think we should really scrap that. When we first and goal after one, I don't think we should be coming out in the shotgun formation. Not when we got the trademark on the tush push. I run the first, second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, but that was also that was after the knee injury, and I think they didn't want to do it, and then they eventually did it, and he scored, but it was the Lane Johnson false start. I think they tried avoiding it because of the knee injury.
We ended up getting a field goal actually on the possession.
Yeah, because Lane Johnson had the false start, so the touchdown got called back. Yeah.
Yeah, and one more thing with personnel, though. I don't like Cooper DeJean back there returning kicks, especially after Cleon Mitchell goes
Either
down.
does Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio hates it worse than you do.
And thanks for the call, Nas. Yeah, he's been pretty open about that, but at this point, you're not going to change it.
He does not. Vic Fangio hates it.
Yeah, unless Britton Covey showed up tomorrow, which he's done. You're not going to have anybody else all of a sudden do it. I do like Isaiah Rodgers in the kick return game. Kenneth Gainwell. By the way, Kenny G, that was a great return.
Kenny Gainwell, by the way, has I don't want to see him go, but he absolutely deserves to get paid by somebody. Maybe like a 2-year, $12 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he does. I hope he gets his because he has been fantastic.
The over 9.5 hit.
He's been fantastic.
1 carry, 10 yards for Kenneth Gainwell.
You saw me bet that the week before, and then
I did not. I was out with the flu.
Yeah, you got my picks. I sent them to you.
I don't look at my phone.
All of a sudden,
do you know this?
Yeah, Grandpa.
Do you know this about me? I don't look at my phone.
You don't.
Let's go to Davey in Ben Salem. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Good morning, John.
Dave.
Good morning, Connor. Good morning, Brendan. What a great win for our Eagles yesterday.
A great win.
Game on Sunday.
It was awesome.
I can't wait. Now, we don't know about Jalen's injury. Obviously, he says he's going to play, but depending on how bad it is, it could limit his running in this game. So, obviously, the running game is going to be important again this weekend, John.
Well, I think they're going to be able to run it down their throats. I mean, look, think of it this way. Everyone just go back, and it's only going to take you like 20 minutes. Watch the game, the Commanders game in Washington before Jalen Hurts left the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they were dominating them. They were blowing them off the line of scrimmage, and they were dominating them. Do I think it'll be that easy this week? Hell no. But I do think that they're going to be able to run the ball right down their throats.
That's what we definitely need. And you make a good point there, John. And hopefully he'll be able to get the passing game. Obviously the weather will not be an issue this Sunday. Hopefully not. And we can get that passing game going and use them double tight ends. You know, like you did get Goddard yesterday with a lot of great catches, but try to use him and Calcaterra in that offense if you can. So I can't wait to hear you guys all week. It's going to be a great week of radio. I love you guys. Have a great day.
You're
Go
the man,
Birds!
Davey. Go
Thanks,
Birds.
Dave.
Look, in a game like next Sunday, if Jalen's knee plays a factor, that's a game where you have to design the ball to get out quick.
Absolutely.
You can't have him standing tall or doing 7-step drops. I mean, that goes back to the safety. Jalen Hurts just hurts his knee, and you're having him drop back to pass. That you can't do that.
No, you can't.
If he's immobile or not as mobile as what he's used to, because you don't want him dancing around with a bum knee, and God forbid he gets hit and something worse happens.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't.
So you got to
have any
design
of that.
plays to get the ball out quick, man.
We
You
can't have
absolutely do. Let's go to Curtis in the Northeast. What's up, Curtis?
Curtis.
What's up, fellas? Happy Eagle morning.
Hell yeah, man. Another Victory Monday. 16 times this year.
16. Y'all can say they can say they won about Jalen. All he did is win in Alabama. All he did is win in Oklahoma, and all he doing is winning in the Eagles.
Yep.
All he does is win, no matter what.
He's not turning the ball over. He can pass a little better, but he ain't turning the ball over. That's for sure. And with number 26 back there and our defense, this is the best year we ever gonna have because we got to watch out for Washington.
Oh
we
no,
gonna beat them this year, but that quarterback, man.
Now he's going to be really good. There is one thing that I keep on saying about the Commanders, and thanks for the call, Curtis. Another great Victory Monday morning call. If you're the Commanders, I've said this a couple of times, Connor.
Okay.
You've heard this more on pregame. I've said it more pregame than on the show. I save the best content.
you're saving some good stuff for that too.
When I'm not with
That's your
show.
best stuff?
Yeah. The Commanders batted 1,000 with their veterans, just like the Eagles did in 2017.
They absolutely did.
The Eagles batted 1,000 going into 2022. They batted below the Mendoza line last year with all those veteran players.
Yep.
And you saw how it affected them moving forward. A lot of the guys the Commanders have that are impact players this year that are vets are on one-year deals. And so they're going to lose probably some guys to free agency, as every team does. There's going to be probably some players that retire, as every team has. I'll be curious to see how they draft moving forward, because what the Commanders have been able to accomplish this year has been amazing. You have the rookie quarterback, obviously on the rookie deal, which gives you the opportunity to pay some more players, like a Frankie Louvu, who I wanted the Eagles to go after. But once a lot of these one-year guys either can't recreate what they did this year or they leave, they're not going to bat 1,000 every single offseason.
It is there's sometimes it all comes together. The plan all comes together. And they did it. And Nicholas Morrow was one that you were not probably happy to see again. Back in the building.
But, he's special teams.
Exactly. He's somebody that's there.
But I'm just saying, for the people that are saying that the Commanders are going to be dangerous for years to come, yeah, because they have a great quarterback. But a lot of the guys that are on one-year deals are hitting for them. And can you keep that going year in and year out? We've seen that work for the Eagles one year and then not work for the Eagles the next year. So I'm not about to start crowning the Commanders as this team to beat in the NFC East when you got the Eagles still.
Do you think the offensive line won yesterday or it was a draw?
I'd call it a draw.
I call it a draw.
Yeah.
I think it's a draw as a fair assessment.
Which is crazy when you have a running back go over 200 on the ground as a draw.
Yeah, and honestly, the rushing yardage yesterday was 3 plays, 3 huge plays that did it for the most part. And but the offensive line has not had two really good games. Has not lived up to their hype against Green Bay or yesterday against the Rams.
Yeah, Green Bay game was suspect in the passing offense.
We have not seen the Eagles' offensive line play like the offensive line.
Do you expect it to continue?
I hope not.
No,
I hope not. Well, how about this though? Again, on paper, the Commanders are the worst team they faced in the playoffs, and I think they're playing the best ball though.
So what I'm hearing though, the positive spin on your concern here, Johnny, is that the Eagles have not played their best game yet, and they are walking into a home NFC Championship game.
Correct.
Damn right.
In perfect conditions.
A home NFC Championship
That's so incredible.
A home NFC Championship game. It's unreal. You know what? Let's sneak this one in. All right, never mind. I want to give him his full allotment of time.
Uh-oh.
We got a hype man ready to go.
Hype man?
We got a hype man ready to go. We haven't heard from him in a while. You're also going to hear the montage, the victory montage, one more time that our man Brendan Gunn put together. So if you've missed it, well worth the listen. We'll play that for you again. We also have our Key 3, Mike Missanelli Show, coming your way at 10 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider Update.
before we get to our montage of the victory last night against the Rams in the snowy weather, and before we get to our key three, let's sneak in a fan that was in attendance yesterday. I think he was in attendance. He was at least down at the lots.
I think he was in attendance.
Our man Karate Mark. Mark, hey, what's up, brother?
E-A-D-L-E-S. Say it with me.
Eagles! What's
Man,
up, brother? How was it yesterday, man?
Man, it was cold as you know what, but I wore every layer of clothing that I owned, so we stayed warm. I was with my wife and E-Rock. We were celebrating
the birthday boy E-Rock yesterday.
Yes,
yeah.
he is.
And my opinion, he's the greatest representative of us Eagles fans, and the Eagles brought us all home a win. And it was just amazing. And, guys, like, it may have taken a half a season for this team to figure out who they are. But, God, if they don't have an identity right now, which is this defense that I've just got so much confidence in whoever's in front of them. We got an offensive team that when they're clicking, they could drop 35 in a blink of an eye. And when they don't play well, they still win. There's nothing fake about this team. This is a dominant team. And when we took 13 seconds off that clock in the fourth quarter yesterday, and the Rams got the ball back, I can't say that I was sweating, because I said to myself, if this team can't close this out in the next couple minutes, they're not a Super Bowl winning team. I stand here confident in this team, knowing that we were going to win yesterday. And I'm feeling great about the next possible 2 games.
I love hearing that, Mark. Love it.
Yeah,
And
absolutely, Mark.
And not just
thanks for the
it's
call, brother.
40 days to Oyster Bay.
That's
Mark's.
He knows all about that.
He travels everywhere, which is
But
great.
dude, that was a great chance.
He felt it. He felt it yesterday.
Yeah, man.
That I just don't understand what the hell happened. I don't agree with abandoning the strategy that you played with all game long defensively.
No, yeah, I didn't either.
It's like they put their feet up and said it's over.
And good for Mark saying he had no sweat. Maybe it was because it was cold out.
Well, I sweat.
Kind of hard to sweat in that
I
cold.
sweat because I haven't had a Bradford White shower today, and I stank. Plenty of stink. I had to shovel snow. I had to, drive through that nonsense.
It was coming down yesterday, man. I shoveled the driveway like 3 or 4 times yesterday after the game. It kept accumulating.
Just kept coming that fast.
Oh, dude, nonstop, man.
Yeah, that's playoff game stink, though. We earned this.
Damn right.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to have it.
Smell like Jared Verse is giving a thumbs down to some guy in Cabo right now. They probably smell great like an island. They can. We'll stink all the way to New Orleans.
All right. Let's play the montage one more time. If you've missed it, Brendan Gunn did a great job doing this. All the sound, of course, courtesy of NBC. Let's relive the victory one more time from the Philadelphia Eagles in the divisional round of the playoffs last night, where they beat the Rams 28-22. Take a listen.
And they'll decide which one on an overcast Sunday in South Philadelphia with snow on the way and a sellout crowd of nearly 70,000 at Lincoln Financial Field, welcoming their NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Hurts this time pulls it and keeps it and takes off for the first down. We're a tackle and Hurts on the right. He might go. Jalen Hurts, touchdown Philadelphia. 44 for the opening score. 3rd and 3. Stafford trying to step into the arms of Jalen Carter, who's ready to throw him down. Couldn't do that, but he got the sack, and it's 3 and out for the Rams. 3rd and 4. They'll run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes. Barkley gonna ring the bell again. Touchdown, Philadelphia. It's another home run from Barkley, 62 yards. Stafford moving out to the left, stops, looks in trouble, and he'll go down. The sack back to the 18. Jalix Hunt, the rookie out of Houston Christian, has come on for this team, will force a field goal attempt to take the lead. Elliott leaking to the right, but he squeezes it in and gives the Eagles the lead. Aaron Williams lost the football. It's loose. The Eagles have it. It's into the hands of Isaiah Rodgers. Down the sideline, Rodgers. First and goal, Philly at the 10. Here they come. Picked up for the moment. Stafford trying to get rid of it. Lost the football. The Eagles have it. Off the edge. The pressure caused by
Communication is important, and the fundamentals are important, and just being in attack mode. But I think those are all things that generally you should be focused on anyways, regardless of the conditions.
Good hold again. Elliott. Big kick in the snow for the second straight time. Braden Mann, Jake Elliott, Rick Lovato, the snapper. Man is fired up, and man, he should be. Stafford to the 30. He's back. He's in trouble. He's brought down and sacked by Mauro Jomo. 118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear through the snow all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams. And this one might send them to the championship game. 78 yards.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I knew exactly what was about to happen. Just the run we had on, how they had been playing the run, and then the man you're handing the ball off to. You know that there's an opportunity to go out there and take advantage of it, and he took advantage of it. And it's a big-time play we needed.
Nakua to the top. 3rd and 2. Stafford in trouble. He's sacked. Brought down by Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter is a special player, and he's just done so many of the right things to continue to make himself a special player. And all the credit goes to Jalen.
It's down to this play. They've got to get 11 yards on 4th and 11 at the 22. Down to 35 seconds left. Higbee in motion. Stafford's got to have it. His throw is incomplete. Not close. Philadelphia to the championship game.
It takes everybody and every single buddy in that room, and we're excited to move on. But all that did was make us hungry to keep going.
And the Philadelphia Eagles are back home next Sunday. The Commanders in an I-95 showdown to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Wow. We hear survive and advance. That was definitely survive.
All right, that's how it sounded yesterday, courtesy of NBC. Great job by Brendan Gunn putting that together. Number 1 BG in the city of Philadelphia.
I'm telling you, you're gonna get in trouble with that one.
Listen, man, he didn't cause a riff with the team or here at the Fanatic. There's no riffs.
He doesn't have loyalties to teams. He bounces around tonight. Notre Dame going for a national title.
That's right. They're going for the Natty tonight.
So if Martin Luther King Day didn't happen, Delco would have been closed anyway.
It's a good
with all this.
Real quick before we get to our key three, I got to ask this question. And call me a beta male all you want.
Okay, I usually do.
What is the obsession for some people and the need for, and I'm strictly the male person, to go to a game like last night or Buffalo's game and not wear a shirt? It's cold out.
No, it's stupid.
Like you're dumb.
Yeah,
You
but
are.
like
It's
just
stupid.
It's just guys being dudes.
Like I saw Ryan
No.
Fitzpatrick yesterday.
Most of the dudes who were there don't do that. So the vast 99.9% of the dudes that are there don't act like idiots.
I saw Fitzpatrick yesterday, so pretty cool. The Eagles get to have Brian Dawkins come out of a tunnel. The Bills had Ryan Fitzpatrick come out of the tunnel. He took his shirt off.
Well, at least
and
we didn't
the
have Gilly the kid leading us out.
The crowd goes nuts. I'd rather have Gilly than
geez,
Ryan.
What's your
Fitzpatrick.
beef with Gilly?
Yeah, you
Oh
don't even know Gilly.
Leading the team out onto the field. It's like, come
And
on.
they clearly like him, so let them lead the team. If they liked you, they'd have you lead out the
Thankfully,
team.
we have others.
Take your shirt off. Tarps off for the boys. Have a good time at the game.
I just don't understand, like, man, I'm going to go to the game and not wear a shirt.
I don't know. It's fun.
It's fun. Do you do it?
I wouldn't do it,
Exactly,
but I don't
so
like
it's
the
not
cold.
fun.
Yeah,
But when
but
you
let
say-
people do their thing,
But when
man.
you say dudes being dudes, no, that is not. That's the odd, weird dude.
Yeah.
He's the absolute outlier of all dudes.
Nah, there's
that
nothing
does
weird
that.
about that. That's normal. That's sports fandom. I
No,
love
it's
it.
not.
I don't even do it. Like,
Nothing's
you go
normal
to a
about
Phillies
that.
game and it's hot out, there's people that take the shirt off. Why? You're in public. Wear clothes.
Dude, what are you doing?
Unless you're at a beach or a pool.
Not
Shirt's
here to
on.
see you.
No
Put
shoes,
your
no
shirt on.
shirt, no problem.
Too
All
much.
right. It's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Victory Monday morning. Johnny, you just heard Radio Man say it. They are 1 win away from Super Bowl 59.
They are 16 Victory Mondays, too.
Oh, God.
Look, all we're going to hope for is 18 of these babies. But 16 Victory Mondays, it has been, by all accounts, a great great year, and we still have chapter to be written.
It's been stressful. It's been fun. It's been electric. It's been an absolute joy to watch Saquon Barkley wear midnight green, Kelly green, white jerseys, black jerseys, you name it. Saquon Barkley is a Philadelphia Eagle, and watching him play again last night is another reminder that the New York Giants let him walk. They let him walk, and he came here, he signed a contract that everybody was like, wow, I was not expecting the Eagles to do this. And look at the impact that he has made since the time he got here through the game last night in that blizzard.
The 2024 season, when written, is going to be about a lot of things. It's going to be about Vic Fangio. It's going to be about the young players stepping up, the young defense being number one in the NFL. But it's going to be the Saquon season. We're going to look back at this year no matter what happens and say, that was the year Saquon just went off.
But John, the passing offense didn't look that great yesterday.
Ooh, I'm so tired of these people. I can't have it. Can't have it.
We're going to hear it
right now.
You know
I cannot have it, because if you're going to come with the clown show today, just know I want you to do a Google search, and I want you to look at Josh Allen, and I want you to look at Patrick Mahomes and what they did in the divisional playoff
They
game.
threw for 350 yards, right, each?
Oh, yeah, and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And oh, yeah, no. Look at their stat lines. If you're going to call up with that lame-ass stuff,
Because you know it's happening.
I just want you to know you're going to sound so dumb, or you're going to sound like you didn't watch any other game this weekend. And that's what you're going to be like. That's what it's going to be. I watched Josh Allen last night. He wasn't in a blizzard. Nope. Wasn't fine. And he had 8. I think his stat line is less Jalen Hurts. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
And it was a hard-fought win for the Bills because it's the playoffs. It was a hard-fought win for the Eagles because it's the playoffs.
I'm not letting...
hard-fought win for the Chiefs because it's the playoffs.
I'm telling you this. I am not letting the move the goalpost people ruin my week.
No,
they're certainly not going to ruin my Monday.
Yeah, you know what? Last week...
And they're not ruining my week because they're going to do it again.
Last week you brought us down. People brought us down last week. John, you and I have to...
Not today.
Get away.
Not today.
Shoot, fly, don't bother me.
Don't even worry about those people.
Go Birds.
The joy leaving that building last night and around that building when that play happened, it's unreal. This is one step away, folks. It's one step away.
From the Super Bowl. From the Super Bowl, guys.
Yes.
The Eagles are hosting the NFC Championship game with our man from Inside the Birds and all over the place here on 97.5, The Fanatic, Andrew DiCecco. Andrew, good morning, brother. What's going on?
Jalen Carter saved the Eagles season on that final drive.
Oh, yeah.
And really, he has been the spark plug for that entire defense, that driving force all season long. People refer to him as a young Warren Sapp. I think he has more athleticism than Warren Sapp. And Warren
he absolutely does.
Yeah, and Warren Sapp's a player that I think very highly of. But I think Jalen Carter is a special player. And the Eagles season is continuing on because of his performance.
One word on your tease for the show. Contender for...
Sorry, I got excited and my brain wasn't working.
Because they are... How about this?
Contending, I should have said.
They are the favorites to win the Super Bowl this morning in Las Vegas. They have the best odds to win the Super Bowl.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3 like the OG Pills, legendary Philly Lager, the gold medal winner in the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner, the Walking on Clouds, Von C's flagship hazy IPA, and I believe, Johnny, a lot of these were drank yesterday.
Yeah, the Vienna Lager with all the German ingredients. Visit VonCBrewing.com today.
Damn right.
And remember, support life-saving cancer research. German John doesn't do this one. Join us on our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, the hoax of the breast. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Well, it was fun today, and I'm glad the people are in a good mood.
I'm thrilled, and I know we're going to have a blast this week.
Oh, my God.
And we're going to have people joining us and a lot of different voices joining us. Again, I'm going to try to work the phones. We're going to have a good time.
We'll be back at it tomorrow morning starting at 6 o'clock, but don't forget the Mike
new
Missanelli
Daddy's
show.
here, too,
Yep, Mike
again.
Missanelli with Daddy Bill. That's a weird thing
Sirianni
to say.
loved Daddy Bill.
That's right. Bill Colarulo with Mike, and, of course, Ray Dunn.